工程车准备完成。重要工作是坏消息啊！啊！你吓到我！发生了什么事了？工程车准备完成。
需要更多的补给站啦！
是。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。发重要工尾随啊！你吓到我了！记住，发生了什么？工程车准备完成。
需要更多高能瓦斯，开富矿的时候到了。
尾随在后。啊！啊！请说，发生了什么事了？
指挥中心升级完成。
啊！重要工作是吧？
无情的死神来了！
啊！你吓到我了！工程车准备完成。重要。
谁要一些？
工程车准备完成。请说，尾随在后。快！重要工作是。
这最好是好消息。
你有什么能让我宰杀吗？对死神感到
工程车准备完成。
没有什么我不能处理的。我正在听。
啊！
整装待发。
啊！你吓到我了！
在等你的指令。
工程车准备完成。
我正在听，当然，的确如此。
附属建筑完工。
谁要一些？
这直多。
按照号码排好。
工程车准备完成。
需要更多的补给站。
快，重要！
这最好是好消息。让开，要突破了。
请说，尝尝我的厉害。尾随在后。
准备出动。
能量不足。
工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？工程车准备完成。
你有什么？
这最好是好消息。
附属建筑好了，也太久了。指挥中心需要更多能量。净空降落区域。
工程车准备完成。
想尝尝我的厉害？
系统就绪，飓风飞弹车准备行动。
谁要一些？
坏消息，请说，发生了什么事了？
指挥中心升级完成。
工程车准备
下命令。
附属建筑完工。
工程车准备完成，准备好在地狱狂欢吧！准备，
要做，决定好目标。
工程车准备完成。工程车
需要更多金矿。附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
发生了什么事了？
飓风飞弹车，
别动！
工程车准备完成，
能量不足，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成，
需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放啊？
尾随在后。请说。重要工作准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。日上。
补给没了，多盖一些。
工程车准备完成。哪里比较热闹啊？
准备出动！
需要更多的补给站。
听起来，你准备好了吗？说吧，老板，把你人吧。
好一辈子都研发这招啊！
整天都。
什么事？降落程序中断。
准备出动！
准备好在地狱。工程车准备完成。
也向你问好。
工程车准备完成。
没问题。
游家们可以出发了！
附属建筑完工。金矿不足。清楚明了。
工程车准备完成。喂啊！
你不能干这道理。你没有足够的。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
我们需要更多金矿，能量不足。
准备行动。
需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放？
系统。
你没有足够的金矿。
游家们，
金矿场采光了，希望你有开矿。金矿不足。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！我在等你说。
准备出动！
工程车准备完成。
金矿耗尽了，能量不足。
那是。大声点！
工程车准备完成。
我们需要更多。
工程车准备完成。
金矿没了，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
需要更多金矿。
工程车准备完成。有工程车准备。
需要更多能量，金矿不足。你的采矿单位饱和了吗？
把它点燃。工程车准备完成。哪里比较热？工程车准备完成。日上三竿。
游家们可以出发。
我们需要更多金矿。
工程车准备完成。
需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？
工程车。
金矿不足。你的
工程车准。
已经正在思考。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
游家们可以出发了！
研发结束，这招研发很久了。
坏消息吗？你吓到我！
准备出动！
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
金矿没了，
游家们可以出发了！
成功，得手。
不压抑。
准备
没有足够的金矿。
那没问题。
什么事？金矿耗尽了。涡轮机效能全开，可以。讯息接收中，
按照
清楚明了。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
游家们可以出发了！我等不及了。这最好，我们包子
金矿不足。
重要工作是
准备出动！
引。
高能瓦斯不足，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
工程您的命令。
准备好在地狱
金矿
保证
扫描战场待命，随时为您服务。提出您的工程需
刘家们可以出发了。
您的命令是扫描战场状态。
刘家们可以出发了。包在我身上。那是什么？
随时为
高能瓦斯不够了，需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放啊？
目标在哪儿？消除你
荒废的车，
说。
部署建筑完工，
随时为您
那是什么？
需要更多高能瓦斯。
大声说吧，消除你。我们
高能瓦斯不足，
到底要不要下命？大声点。
人权在。
消除你最厉害的一招吧。说吧，目标。
准备开始掠夺。
指挥中心升级完成。
我们
说吧，老板。
人权在此。
火山，你准备好了吗？还有火力支援吗？听起来
升级完成，
说吧，老板。
消除你最厉害的。
金矿耗尽了，
是，
我没。
对，不玩神族啊，神族我不太会玩啊，还是8元要教我。2个月练到4200很强哎。
足够的金矿。你没有足够的金矿。你没有足够的金矿。你没有足 足够的金矿，你没有足够的金矿。
为艾尔而生 ，and Toro has orange。
你没有足够的金矿，你能量不足。
那阿当阿杜，我们形容宣彰正义，指挥我，我们是艾尔之剑。
我来了，
能量不足，
我的命，
横竖，我们还阴影是以你需要我的专业技术。
指挥我，Orange is 宣彰正义。
研发完成。
我来了，在阴影中。我来了，在阴影中。好吧，我来了，在阴影中。我是日食者。
能量不足，
我来了，在阴影中。我会帮你。我是黑暗，我们还阴影。我来了，在阴影中。非常明白，你需要我的专业技能。我是月食之上。我来了，在阴影中。虚空，我是黑。我们还阴影。虚空，横竖你的。我来了，在阴影中。我是黑暗虚空，横竖我是月，我们还阴影。
你没有足够的金矿。
我来了，在阴影中。你横虚空，我们还你需要我的专业技术。
你没有足够的金矿。你没有足够的金矿。
我是日食之上。我来了。
你没有足够的金矿。
的命令。我是黑暗，我来了，在阴影中。我来了，在阴影中。你需要我的专业技术，非常明智。为了决战，好吧，我来了，在阴影中。
你没有足够的金矿。
我是日食之上，虚空，我来了，在阴影中。会按照你，我们还以我是黑暗，敌人尝尝我们的愤怒。
你没有足够的金矿，金矿场已经耗尽。
我来了，在阴影中。你需要我的专业技术。
你没有足够的金矿。
横竖你，
金矿场已经耗尽。
我来了，在阴影中。我是日食之上，我会帮你。我是黑暗之心，非常明智。我来了，在阴影中。
你没有足够的金矿。
会按照
研发完成。
我们还阴影。我来了，在阴影中。
金矿场已经耗尽。
为了决战。我是日食之上，我是横竖的。我来了，即在阴影中。雷拉库，好吧，我是。需要敌人尝尝我们的愤怒。我会帮你。
金矿场已经耗尽。
会按照你，我们还阴影之地。你虚空是冰冷的。
你没有足够的金矿。
我来了，在阴影中。非常明智。我是横竖的，我是日食之上。我会帮你。
不会玩呐、我不会玩神族啊。要在水晶塔旁边补逼传兵才快。水晶塔旁边再补 BG 哦，难怪我想说兵种传那么慢。我等一下回来啊，我先弄一下东西。顺便开一下那个，我看他，我还是用玩蓝组吧，神组我不太喜欢了。神组很强没错，但算了，我还是玩那个好了。 啊，待会儿回来。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
需要更多的补给站。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
指挥中心升级完成。
无情的死神来了。
工程车准备完成。
附属建筑完成。
工程车准备完成。
我们的太空工程车正受到攻击。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
光学瞄准器就绪，
工程车准备完成。
附属建筑完成。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。工程车准备。
附属建筑完成。
工程车准备完成。
准备出动。
工程车准备完成。
让开，要通过了。
研发完成。
工程车准备完成。
指挥中心升级完成。
工程车准备完成。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
瞧着，瞧着！
附属建筑完成。指挥中心升级完成。
工程车准备完成。
让开，要通过了。
引擎正在思考。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
需要更多的补给站。
工程车准备完成。
有家们可以出发了。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
冲冲冲！
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
这最好是好消息。整装待发。
工程车准备完成。
谁要一些？
重金属时间。
附属建筑完成。
让开，要通过了。
瞧着，瞧着！
冲冲冲！
工程车准备完成。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
附属建筑完成。
整装
卡嘣，宝贝。
研发完成。
紧急起飞就绪。紧急起飞就绪。
研发完成。
瞧着，瞧着！
这最
哦，行了，
研发完成。
是时候了。
附属建筑完成。
工程车准备完成。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
工程车
升级完成。
整装待发。
工
快要挂了。
让开，要通过了。
幽灵特务报道。幽灵特务报道。
工程车准备完成。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
卡嘣，宝贝。
我们这里需要点帮忙。
工程车准备完成。
幽灵特务报道。
金矿场已经耗尽。
哦，在进行了。
工程车准备完成。
有人可以带我离开
让我们尽兴而归吧。
金矿场已经耗尽。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
工程车准备完成。
金矿场已经。
工程车准。
有人可以带我离开这
金矿场已经耗尽。
幽灵特务报道，
基地正遭受攻击。
这最好是好看。
宝贝。
紧急起飞就绪，
让我们尽兴而归吧！
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
哦，在进行。
紧急起飞就绪，
这最好是好消息。
金矿场
谁要演习？
重金属学节，让我们尽兴而归吧！
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
紧急起飞就绪，
整装待发。
工程车准备完成。
收集完成。
这最好是好消息。
我们的太空工程车正受到攻击。
幽灵特务报道，
金矿场已经耗尽。
工程车准备完成。
幽灵特务报道，
冲！
金矿场已经耗尽。
紧急起飞就绪，
整装待发。
哦，在进行了。
金矿场
众言败，
起飞就绪，
基地正遭受攻击。
紧急起
是时
金矿场已经耗尽。
谁要演习？哦，想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？冲！
基地正遭受攻击。
我们这里需要点帮忙，让开，要出货了。
重金属，
冲！
准备开始。
我们的太空工程车正受到攻击。
哦，在进行了。
我们的太空工程车正受到攻击。
整装待发。
重金属学节，
基地正遭受攻击。
情势危急，众言败，
金矿场已经耗尽。
这最好是好消息。想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
需要更多的补给站。金矿场已经耗尽。需要更多的补给站。
幽灵特务报道，
你的部队正遭受攻击。
报道。
紧急起飞就绪。
你的部队正遭受攻击，金矿场已经耗尽。金矿场已经
幽灵特务报道。
瓦斯能源已经枯竭。
幽灵特务报道。
高能瓦斯永源已经枯竭。
报废。哦，在进行了。重金属。是时候了。
就打一场啊，拍谁？看这忙啊！
你下来！发起！工程车准备完成。
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？
工程车准备完成。重要工作是吧？坏消息！啊！尾随在后，请说。啊！
补给没了。
准备完成。坏！重要工程车准备完成。
需要更多金矿，这堆石头可以用吗？
发生了。工程车准备完成。请说。工程车准备完成。知道了。啊！重要工作是。工程车准备完成。好的。尾随在。啊！你吓到我了。工程车准备完成。发生。请说。啊！你吓到我了。发生了什么事？啊！发生了什么事了？尝尝我的厉害。尾随在后。请说。啊！
无情的死神来了。
指挥中心升级完成。
死亡
重要工作是吧？
对死神感到，你有什么？
工程车准备完成。有。
我正在听。
坏消息。
干嘛？你要这只？
工程车准备完成。
无情的死神来了。
请说。
对死干嘛？
坏消息。
高能瓦斯不足。
没有发。请说。工程车准备完成。重。坏消息。啊！
需要更多高能瓦斯。
你有什么能让我？
高能瓦斯不够了。
我正在听。
工程车准备完成。
这只你有什么能让我宰死神？
把它点燃吧。
干嘛？这值多少？当然，没有什么我不能处理的。我正对死神感到。
工程车准备完成。
放手！干嘛？死亡！我们完蛋了，在路上了。的确如此。
工程车
部署建筑完工。
我正在听，你有什么？对死神感到。
工程车准备完成。
紧急起飞就绪。
啊！发生了什么事了？请说。好。工程车准备完成。
附属建筑好了，也太久了。
工程车准备完成。重要。
我们完蛋了。
附属建筑完工。
工程车准备完成。
整装待
工程车准备完成。
谁要一些？
工程车准备完成。 是。
按照号码排好。
工程车准备完成。
刘家们可以出。
工程车准备完成。
再等你的冲锋。绝对。
需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放啊？
渡鸦已连线。
尝尝。坏消息。
需要更多的补给站啦。
尾随啊！
让开，要通过了。
需要更多的补给站。
工程车准备完成。你吓到我了！
再等。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
冲冲冲！
说吧，正在路上。啊，哈利路亚，你到。
工程车准备完
成。令人难忘。
准备出动。
就在这儿。有人可以带我离开这场混
战
战吗？
需要结束。
工程车准备完成。
附属建筑完工。
坏消息吗？
谁要一些？
请说。
待命中。
我知道你。
工程车准备完成。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
工程车准备完成。
紧急起飞就绪。
扫描阵。
神光待发。哦耶！没问题。收到消息。
令人难忘的空中体验就。
你到底要？
现在是怎么样？
让开，要。
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
在等你的指令。
研发完成。
神光带冲冲冲！谁要一些？
接受。
坏消息吗？马上行动！请重要工。
您的
工程车准备完成。
让开，要通过了。
研发结束，这招应该。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
升级让你的单位变强，能量不足。
走，笑出你最厉害的一招吧！这最好是好修。
紧急起飞就绪。
哦，
整装待发。
啊！重金属时间。
待命。
现在。
结束。
按照号码排好。
附属建筑完工。
谁要一？
需要更老一辈的都研发这招哎。
准备开始掠夺了。
我们需要。
宝贝，
听到了。
坏消息吗？
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
是时候了。
冲冲冲！
哦，在进行了。
整装。
重要工作是吧？是时候了。
你没有足够的金矿。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
接受。
准备开始
重金属时间。
金矿没了，看来。
卡噗，宝贝。
待命中。
金矿不足。
这最好。
在进行了。
提出。
需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？
让我们
能量不足。
立刻。工程师。
谁要一些？再等。
随时为您服务。工程师有您待命。
排个号码排好，兄弟们，别到此。这最好是好先人。宝贝。
你没有足够的金矿。
在这看，在这待要过了。重金属时间。马上一穿好，那是什么？
By Clem 5-0. He's returned now in the finals, facing a different opponent, an unexpected opponent. Classic has exploded this year, looking unstoppable, but he's going to have to go up against one of the most consistent, strongest Zergs that has ever existed.
That is a fact. There's no question that Cyril is the strongest Zerg. He is just levels above everyone else. Every aspect of his game is fantastic. But Classic has shown the same with Protoss. He's shown the best defensive play. He's shown amazing timing attacks and pressures. He's shown some really good cheeses, but most of all, he's shown a rock-solid late game. This should be a really dynamic series.
We have not had macro Protoss style succeed in so long. Only Stats and Rain, what, 7-8 years ago, were able to pull this style of play off. It's very difficult. You have to be able to make every step of progress in the game safe and secure. But Classic is really, truly able to do this on a level that we just thought we'd never see before. We kind of thought this style of play will go away. Now, that being said, he does know how to do timing attacks. He does know how to cheese. He's shown that in his journey to get to this finals. The question is going to be, what kind of games is he going to bring us against Cyril?
That is a good question. You know, they've both had a few hours knowing that they were going to play each other. Did they come up with something special? Do they have something left in their back pockets here? It's hard to say. There's been so many hard opponents during this week that I feel like they've kind of shown their entire repertoires to each other.
Cyril has come here with a very clean style of Zerg, and although Classic is very, very strong in the late game, I don't know if there is a stronger Zerg player ever in the late game here with Cyril. He is able to play that chess game in the middle of the map, the counterattacks, knowing when to do the drops, to relocate, to sandwich his opponent. It's going to be a fascinating match, especially if we go into a couple of very long games to see exactly how each of these matches pans out.
You know, Cyril definitely is a full package Zerg player. He can do everything, but I would say his superpower, Tasteless, is he optimizes while staying safe along a cleaner line than anybody else. He will be amazingly defensive without skipping a single drone, and that is incredibly hard to deal with.
It's important to remind everybody this is a best of 9. In other words, there are going to be so many games ahead of us. If one player identifies a small weakness, an Achilles heel, they can make those adjustments. So each player is going to be constantly trying to recalculate how they approach the game, changing their builds, maybe causing a couple of fake outs here or there as they're slowly downloading each other's plays and nuances.
That is definitely a fact. I think that we'll see it throughout the series too. You know, it's a best of 9, so as long as it's not totally one-sided, we're going to see so many games that we will see these little adjustments happen from game to game.
We're now going into this game 1 here in the finals of EWC for StarCraft 2. Classic versus Cyril, Protoss versus Zerg. In just a few hours, we will be crowning a new world champion, Artosis.
I cannot wait to see who it's going to be. Two great storylines here. Will Cyril cement his legacy as the strongest player, or will we finally have another Protoss champion, the first since SOS?
That's right. Introducing our players here in the top left in the red. He is Cyril. And his opponent down here in the bottom left in the blue, he is Classic.
Nice audience out there. So glad everyone could come to see this. I mean, history is definitely being made here tonight.
Yeah, we've had moments where Protoss have looked strong, but they have not managed to become world champions recently here. And so, you know, a lot of eyes on this match here, and I don't think you could have a world-class Protoss player with a bigger challenge here than going up against Cyril, who seems to be just impeccable. There's no obvious weakness. There's no quirk in his playstyle that I feel can easily be exploited.
That's a fact. That's a fact. He's too strong in each way, but Classic has shown that as well. You know, yeah, Cyril beat him at this event, but in DreamHack Dallas, which I would say was the second most prestigious tournament of the year. Everyone played in it, and it was a live tournament. Classic did end up beating him there, so they're kind of 1-1 on the year for big, important LAN matches, but this is the one that matters.
And so to start this game off, it's going to be a fast expand here from Protoss. We're going to wait and see when the Cybernetics core finishes it, what kind of game we're going to have, although I would say Classic is a little bit more predictable in this regard. Probably just going to go into a Stargate, get Oracles, get a few Adepts, and try to expand. Classic tends not to do anything too crazy in the early game. We'll probably have a couple of surprises. Of course, it's a best of 9. You do have to have some variance in your build orders. You generally can't just do the same thing over and over. If you could decide who was best at a StarCraft 2 game like that, we'd just be having best of 1. So yeah. Clearly we want to have a lot of games here back to back. But as we said earlier, Stargate is going to be the starting tech.
Yeah, very, very common. We'll probably see that. Let's say we see 9 games. I would say probably 7 of them will be Stargate as the first tech building from Classic, but definitely we'll mix in some others. One thing before the game really gets like too deep into it, I do want to mention that like these guys are pretty hyped up right now, especially Cyril. We've had these heart rate monitors on them, and he's had the lowest heartbeat of the entire tournament, even during crazy battles. This is the highest I've actually seen him personally. So I think maybe the blood is flowing right now as they start this very important match, but I expect to see him calm down a bit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the heart rates here as the game continues on. You know, a best of 9, even a best of 7 or a best of 5 in StarCraft 2 is a real marathon. That is a lot of games back to back, so stamina is going to be extremely important.
Now, we need to point out there is a Void Ray on the way. This is not common. Right now, you almost always see a couple of Oracles made right away, but Classic historically has liked the Void Ray mixed in more than any other player in the world. He loves to make a single Void Ray from time to time, but he hasn't really been doing it in this tournament. So to bring it back right now against Serral is very interesting indeed.
Well, you have to imagine that Classic has a couple pocketed builds, a couple of aces up his sleeve that he wanted to bring out for when he finally got here to the last match and versus basically the final boss, who is Serral. When you get the Void Ray, it's an extremely safe opening. You basically can't die to any rushes. It's then used later on to clear the Overlords on the map. But if you look at the minimap, there are no Overlords anywhere.
Yeah, there was one, I think, that he got already, and then nothing else with the Void Ray. He is kind of scanning for it at the moment. Like, the Void Ray is moving up the side of the map, and we'll see if he can get anything else. Occasionally, you'll bring it in and, like, poke a queen or force the Spore Crawler to move around, and bringing up the Oracle at the same time. You never know. He might be able to get Serral to make a little mistake and get a bit of damage.
Okay, he's going to come up here and try to target down the queen. The Spore Crawler is hidden underneath, and oh, hold on, a little bit of a misstep here. He does get the kill, trading about half the health here on the Void Ray. The Oracle is going to escape as well. A nice little snipe early on. Definitely going to mess up the rhythm of Zerg early on. It's important to note that, you know, the Zerg, early on, it's a very mechanical race. You really have to hit all of your larva injects and get your creep spread. So taking out a queen early on does hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, you can't really deny that. So a nice little pick off, and he does keep the Void Ray alive. Oh, whoa! Double Stargate Oracle!
Oh my God!
This is crazy.
Okay. So I think he's going to dive into the main with this.
You might be right about that.
So that taking out that initial queen, this is super unusual. By the way, from Serral's perspective, this looks like every other game that Classic's ever played. However, what Classic's about to do, we have not seen before here. From him.
It's certainly not this week. It's been a long time since we've seen a 2 Stargate Oracle opener. This is going to catch him off guard. Whether it does a lot of damage or not, that's another question. So here we go. The Void Ray comes up. He brings 4 Oracles jumping on top of these queens. He's going to pop one right away. 4 more queens starting to come up. He's going to go ahead and attack that Spore, but actually decides to turn around. And it seems like so far he's lost 1 Oracle. Hasn't really killed that much. He kind of dived and it didn't quite work out. I would say that was a great defense from Serral.
Yeah, I thought that was going to do a little bit more. It almost seemed like Classic wasn't sure what to do with the Void Ray. He kind of attacked the Spore, and then he pulled off of that. And, well, he's got to be careful not to lose too many of these. The problem is you can always sort of get some value with an Oracle. Trying to get value with a bunch of Oracles, like 3 is also kind of a funny number, right?
It is.
I'm not sure what he can do with that. So I would say this is actually not terrible for Serral. Serral's going to come in here. He already knows it's 2 Stargates just because of the number of Oracles, but he's going to have an idea of exactly where the rest of the game is pacing-wise. Now, in StarCraft 2, you can't make anything without not making something else, right? Your resources can only go to one thing at a time. So investing in 2 Stargates in a game like this and not doing a crazy amount of damage means that everything else comes out a lot later on.
It certainly does. Blink is only about halfway done, and Serral made a Spire, so he's actually going to go for Mutalisks. Another thing we really don't see very much right now in the metagame. So this is a little bit tricky, a little bit surprising. But the thing is, you have 2 Stargates. You could make Phoenixes to counter these, but they're going to show up as a surprise, just like the Oracles did.
It's almost counterintuitive, but I think it's a perfect response here to this. Now, he sees the Mutas. You only need to see 1 or 2 to know that there's a lot more coming.
Yeah.
Now, the Mutas can not quite reach these Oracles, but they're going to be headed southbound. 2 Phoenixes are being made at a time. We have Stalkers warping in here in the main as well. The question is, how much damage can these Mutalisks do before the Protoss has the counter and could drive them back out?
I don't know that they're going to do that much, honestly. Already some Phoenixes coming out. Oh, he does have these High Templars. Maybe he can pick those off. He tries to snipe some nice micro there, trying to keep these alive. Might want to form an Archon. You definitely don't want to lose them, but he wants the Psystorms. He allows a couple of them to get picked off, but will force back these Mutalisks. So I would say, you know, honestly, on both sides, they play very tricky and surprise each other a little bit, but not as much damage as they were looking for.
Right. So this is a funny game because they both go for these surprise air techs that kind of don't work. The Oracles didn't do that much. Hold on a second. We're going to have a big timing attack here. So, on some sense, maybe you force out more Phoenixes, by the way, not being made. But then this big timing attack here from the ground comes in. So, Serral, while he's maxed out, is hoping to smash Classic in this moment and push us into game 2.
This is a lot of units incoming. He does have some Psy Storms, but against this many Roaches, it can be a little bit tricky. Okay, three Psy Storms going down so far. He does have a few more in here as well. Those Stalkers have Blink at this point, so they do blink backwards to avoid some of these corrosive vials.
He's going to come in right now. The Oracle's dealing a decent amount of damage. The Phoenix is not able to do that much, driving these Overlords away a little bit. You know, the creep tumors are not quite here to where the Queens can be that handy here. The Stalker arc is pretty nice, blinking back. A beautiful storm there on the Roaches and the Ravagers.
Oh man, he's still pushing forward though. The Queen's marching forward. Some more Ravagers coming in right now. The shield battery plus cannons trying to help out with these Stalkers. Oracles come back in. A couple lifts from those Phoenixes as well. Serral just has so many units here.
He's going to do another warp in here of the Stalkers. Serral has a lot. Most of it is being produced back and going to rally up here. It's important that Classic hangs on as long as he can, continues to try to warp in. There's not a lot of surface area to really retreat to. The corrosive vials hit both the Stalkers and the probes. I don't think this third base can last, Artosis.
No, it does not look that way. In fact, it's looking like Serral might take map number 1 here against Classic. He goes ahead and recalls out what he can. He's going to give up this base, but can you actually hold on?
That's the big question. The problem is one Nexus falls, and I don't think there's very much here to defend at the natural. Note that there's a couple cannons at the third base. The Cybernetics core, a lot of times you take that out, and that can kind of cost you the game because then you're only making Zealots. And so for this time being, I mean, if Classic can't hold this off in the next minute or two, he's going to lose this game.
Well, he's warping in Stalkers. He's trying to utilize his wall as a helpful defense, but it's not enough. GG. Serral going to take a very dynamic game number 1.
Interesting how it started. We had an opening that looked to be pretty conservative, and Classic turned it on its head with perhaps the most unusual of all possible techs, the double Stargate. I basically never cast competitive games with that.
Not in a long time.
Yeah. And so he did that. It didn't do a whole lot, and you know, whenever you invest in Oracles early on and it doesn't do anything, the Zerg is going to have a lot more muscle on the ground.
Yeah.
Even though the Mutas didn't really do that much, it still didn't matter because Serral was in such a comfortable position. So in game 1 here, Serral takes it, but we've got a lot more to go, because this is a best of 9.
Yeah, a lot of chances here still for Classic. And honestly, I don't think that this game, no matter who won or lost, would really mentally affect either of these players too much. When you think about it, they both used kind of out there strategies and counters. It didn't really work for either of them, and then Serral just kind of overwhelmed. You know, Classic was holding it for a little bit, but Serral had too much. You know, games like that happen. You take a risk, it doesn't pay off. Okay, on to game number 2.
So we're moving into game 2 right now. Classic, first of all, I don't think we're going to see anything like that from him again in this series. I think it was a smart move to try something like that initially because he's not really giving Serral any exposure to his standard style of play.
Yeah.
Instead, he's trying to throw a curveball, a sucker punch to hiccup Serral in a moment where then Classic can explode with growth. It backfires, but now we go into game number 2. In the bottom right, in the red, he is Serral. And his opponent here in the top left, in the blue, he is Classic.
Right. Very excited to see, are we going to have any other wild strategies coming out? The double Stargate Oracle after a Void Ray was super, super neat. The Mutalisks, we just really don't see too many Mutas. You know, I think I remember one game this week that we saw Mutas fielded against Protoss in that kind of early portion of the game.
It's easy to forget they're even in the matchup at all.
Really.
You only watch PVZs, you don't see them very often.
But very cool to see these guys kind of thinking outside of the box. You know, that's the beautiful thing about StarCraft. It's not just about micro and macro and who's going to click quicker. You know, there's a lot of these very interesting strategic choices, which the best players in the world with the biggest prize on the line will make at the drop of a hat.
This game actually should probably be a little bit more standard. I know we've been talking a lot about how Classic approaches this. Serral will every once in a while do really crazy moves. I do think that the timing attack from Serral in Game 1 was really more prompted by shutting down the double Stargate.
I think so.
Although we very well could see him do something similar to that, depending on how the rest of these games go as well.
Well, it was a big investment from Classic. It cost a lot of money to make that second Stargate. You know, the Void Ray popping that out, and then 4 Oracles, and you don't really kill very much with it. Just makes sense as Serral to do a little bit of a counterattack at that point. So very well done by him. Right now we can kind of see their first-person point of views. Both players just playing pretty standard openers so far. Serral doing a little bit of scouting there, sending out a couple lings as well.
And this is the moment of the game that players are just laying out each of the building blocks to start to get into this, the techs and the strategies ultimately that they want to try to execute here. Now PvZ, you know, a few years ago, it had become a very explosive matchup where Protoss had to be really in the Zerg's face, aggressive, shutting them down, surprising them with different types of techs, and usually closing the game before the Zerg got out of control. And now that Classic is the leader in Protoss thought, it's taken a very interesting turn. The matchup, especially the early parts of it, slows down quite a bit. The Protoss, especially with Classic, more so than any other player in the world, is very withdrawn, staying back, powering up, and then slowly moving into Stargate tech. We see Tempest come in here. We see carriers at times used. We have the Mothership come into play. And it does feel like once you have that paired with Archons and Templars underneath it, suddenly you have this wrecking ball that can maneuver through the map, destroying various Zerg bases. And the Zerg also has a hard time counterattacking. Templars are handy in defending, but also the recall can be utilized as well.
Yeah, and you know, he's been very successful with that. But that being said, he is once again deviating from that path. He knows that he's known for that. So here, he's actually gone for his Stargate and his Twilight around the same time, which is not a common play that you're going to see. So he's going to have the Oracle out quickly, but he's also going to have one of the quicker glaive upgrades for his Adepts that you are ever likely to see. Really an interesting way to try to play this. But the Overlord is going to come in and scout that Twilight right away. What a scout by Serral.
Yeah, and you can see Classic watching the Overlord come in here. Adept Glaives is, you know, as old as Legacy of the Void, the expansion pack. So this is going to be tricky, and I see him making a Stalker now. He's going for a third base. At the same time, Serral made quite a bit of Zerglings. We have, I think it's 16 or more Zerglings coming up here to this Nexus, and this is going to be denied. So this is a catastrophic start here for Classic.
It's pretty bad at the moment. He's going to have to get a lot of damage done with his Adepts. To have to cancel that out, have everything get scouted. Oh man, he actually canceled the Glaives and went into Blink. That doesn't look good either. What do you think about that? Canceling Glaives here?
Well, I think, so you get spotted, right? And the Nexus has been denied. So he has to basically make a hard fork in the build. The Nexus is going to be denied a second time.
No.
I mean, the critical failures in Game 2 are stacking up. Now, Blink doesn't allow you to, you know, move out on the map and do a whole bunch of damage right away. So he's basically moving his tech around. He's going to hopefully force a Zerg to defend against Adept Glaives that are, in fact, not coming. Although it doesn't seem to me like Serral has been phased by this at all.
He doesn't think Glaives are anywhere. He has figured everything out and read through the tricks that Classic's trying to set up. It looks to me the way that Classic is playing, like how he's getting his Templar Archives right now. In third base, he's just kind of sitting back, a shield battery on the way, all these good things. I think he's just going to play very defensively from here and see if he can get into a longer game. And I don't blame him, because like you try to do an early Glaives attack and then you had to cancel. Well, you're never going to have an attack timing now. It's just not going to happen against Serral. Of all people, the best defending optimizer that there is, yeah, it's not going to happen.
However, you know, the reality is that Classic is the best defensive player in the world. I've seen him beat world-class Zergs being sort of behind, having some of the roughest mid-games ever. So he's going to go for Storm. He's going to stay back. Serral has some choices. He can try to get much further ahead, or he can try to lay this up into a big timing attack, assuming that Classic is tripped up enough in his build, has been hiccuped enough in his progress. Maybe he can shut him down that way.
Maybe. A lot of gateways on the way here. Psystorm is almost done. Roach Ravager in production for Serral. Infestation Pit coming up as well. So you can see, it's like, yeah, he's making a few units. He's making sure he has enough units that he can't really be attacked, but he's also continuing his tech and building his economy. Serral is headed up because he knows how good defensively Classic is. He's kind of continuing his tech, his economy building, and getting himself ready for the next stage of the game.
That's right. The Lings are going to come up here, and he sees the Stalkers. Protoss is going to try to fill in all the parts of the tech tree. So the Forge, the Robo, and the same is true right now for Serral. It's going to be a quiet game for the next minute or two here. The Overseer is going to glide through and see if there is any kind of surprise tech for the time being. But this is a moment in RTS games that we would refer to as powering. Both sides are trying to get as much tech, as many expansions and workers, and as much of an army as they can, that they can start to make their moves later on in the game.
And with that, as you're saying it, Classic takes his additional base. That 4th base going up. Serral just with a little poke, still scouting, like you said, just kind of checking everything out. Might goop that, yeah, just slows down this +1 attack upgrade. Just doing every little thing in his power to slow down Classic here. Now a Lurker Den on the way as well. Serral is really, really excellent at moving around Lurkers, both for defense and to attack.
So for now, we're going to go to that Lurker Den. Lurkers, by the way, extremely popular. Pretty much, you know, the most common thing you see in the end game here in ZVP. They're great for defending, but they're also great if you can outposition the Protoss. They're incredible for pushing.
They really are. It's so hard for ground units to actually engage upon them.
Yeah.
Like, whenever you see Lurkers coming out, you have to go into Tempests or Carriers after a little bit. Like, you might be able to outmaneuver them for a bit or have some Immortals to try to break through smaller numbers. But when Serral starts popping them out all around the map, whether that's through a Nidus or just creep spread helping him to run around, you're not going to be able to hit it any other way than with air units. And we see the Fleet Beacon on the way for said air units.
Serral is maxed out, or about to be maxed out, and he's gone for Hydra Lurker Hydra Ling with Lurker tech. There's a possibility he tries to flatten the 4th base coming up here.
Yeah, not a bad idea. If he can kill the 4th base, the game will become a lot easier for him. Protoss really needs 4 bases. Protoss on 4 base can make basically everything they want for a really long time, a really cost-efficient army, but when they lose that, they really become inhibited.
Okay, we've got a big surround coming in here, and it looks like the Stalkers aren't quite back to the safety of the cannons in an unusual maneuver. Classic blinks to the other side, causing Serral to try to chase him. However, he's separated. It looks like this maneuver is actually going to work. He loops back around, goes back to his defensive. I didn't expect that interaction to look quite like that. Back at home for Protoss, we have the Tempest teching. The Mothership is on the way here as well. And it does look like Classic is not going to be thwarted here on this 4th base.
No, not as of yet. He did lose some High Templars, so that is a little bit painful, but now with those additional Tempests out, it's going to be a lot easier to push back this army. But of course, Serral is preparing for the next stage of this game. He has Adrenal on the way for those Zerglings so he can start hitting multiple locations. And of course, the Spire coming up so he can get some Corruptors, get the upgrades going, and possibly later on some Broodlords.
We've got a small drop coming in here. This is just to keep Serral occupied. A big attack here on the right. He sets off the trap. The Lurkers burrow. There's no units other than the Zealots that are warping in. That can't help hold this fight off. Instead, they're going to get fished in and wiped out immediately. We need to see Classic come over here. Here come those Tempests now. It's important he keeps this Nexus alive, by the way. If the Nexus is sniped, that's going to be huge. The Stalkers will come up, and it looks like Serral's not going to go much further into this. Now, just to go big picture for a second here, this map, top and bottom, it's very easy to see which player gets what, right? However, through the middle, all the expansions are contestable on either side. So as we go into a late game, this is going to be a very fascinating positional game to watch.
Yeah, you know, they definitely are defendable, but they're so far out there that it's something you don't want your opponent to take. Like, if they take them, you kind of have to go attack. And you can see Serral's taking one right now. Classic kind of chases him all the way back to there. He sees that hatchery's on the way, and I think he'll follow up with another attack after he refills his army a little bit.
We've got the War Prison moving around again. Serral has a little bit of pressure on Classic. Classic's still trying to build up. He's not maxed out yet. You can see Serral's in the phase where he's already getting a huge amount of income here banked up. And I don't see anything defending this expansion. I mean, the Tempest can fire on the Lurkers, but that doesn't mean these probes are going to survive. In fact, 24 probes are wiped out as this Nexus is going to be killed.
Yeah, there's also a Nidus that's going up in the main base. Not sure if that's anything going to happen with that, but he will end up clearing out this Nexus, but losing a few lurkers here at least. But that is definitely a good move for Serral. During this time, he's gotten his 6th base up. Oh man, over here with more lurkers at that 3rd base, just hurting the economy of Classic. Now, Classic is so good with this type of army that he can probably still stay in this game and hang and try to make it a real game, but Serral is very far ahead right now.
Yeah, I thought Classic was viable for a little while, and then the last minute happened. And so he lost the 4th base, the 3rd base lost a lot of workers. It's 48 probes to 83 drones. And Serral is already on, what, 4, 5, 6 bases for the time being, and is probably going to have access to more for a little bit. And because Classic is in such a defensive posture, he can't do anything to punish that new base in the middle of the map that Serral has.
Look at this, the Lings coming up, that Adrenal upgrade really paying off now. Very, very tough position. You know, right now, Classic is rotating back and forth. He's trying to clear things. It's funny, Niduses are going up that nothing's coming out of. Serral is just taxing the multitasking here of Classic. And honestly, he doesn't even have enough units, even if he has the multitasking to clear it.
It does seem like things are really starting to fall apart here for Classic. I mean, he's surviving this, but that's not the objective to win in this match. He has to figure out how to stop the Zerg, and so Zerg is growing while Classic is having to juggle all these tasks back at home, putting out fires, stopping counterattacks, and it's just getting worse and worse.
Some Corruptors coming up, and they will go after this mothership. Should be an easy kill there. Not a lot of anti-air here, just some storms and whatnot. GG, and Serral goes up 2-0. Now, that sounds really daunting, and it is in a way, but I do want to bring attention to the fact that both of these games were Classic opening up with something kind of cheesy, kind of aggressive, something that's not normally done. You know, that quick glaives got scouted, and that's really where things started to go wrong. Like, his entire opener was messed up, and it became very hard for Classic to do anything. His 3rd base got canceled a lot. So Serral did a fantastic job, but I don't think the whole series is going to look like this.
No, I think Classic still has a decent shot, but frankly, that was 2 brutal games in a row. I mean, we never really got to get to the game that Classic is known for dominating in. Because late game never arrived. Serral was able to kill the game, kill the plan in its crib, so to speak, before it ever was able to hatch. And so here we are, Serral, not quite halfway, but close to halfway through finishing out this best of 9.
Yeah. 2 fifths even.
2 fifths.
You know, obviously leading 2-0 right now, that has to feel absolutely fantastic for Serral. He only needs to win 3 more games to be a 3-time world champion. Classic, I'm going to be honest, it's time for him to stop trying to pull a fast one.
Yeah.
It's time for him to play his standard defensive macro game. See if you can beat Serral in that longer game, regain some of that confidence.
You're right. He came in here with a lot of tricks, a lot of deceptive openings, and they basically blew up at his face. So we haven't seen him bring that superstar macro defensive play that brings us to late game, because yeah, he's tried to throw some curveballs in here that basically backfired. We'll see if he can pull it off, or if he even decides to do it this time around. Introducing our players down here in the bottom left in the red, he is Serral. And his opponent in the top right in the blue, he is Classic.
All right. I'm excited to see what Classic has for us this game. Is he just going to do like a standard couple Oracle into a 3rd base, into Blinken +1, Psystorm 4th base type of game that we've seen him be so successful with this year? Or does he have another trick up his sleeve? I'm getting nervous, because if you go down 0-3, that doesn't feel like something that's going to be very easy to recover out of.
You know, it's funny, when I came into this, I really didn't think that we would see 2 games in a row at the start of the best of 9 with Classic absolutely deviating from what he is most known for. But here we are. Now, my head's going to explode if he does it in Game 3. The problem, though, now is that if he plays a normal game, it's very predictable. The good news is if he plays a defensive macro game, that's kind of classic StarCraft, right? That's you have to be able to do that in order to you know, be worth anything as a competitive player. But that does worry me because Serral is probably the only player that can go toe-to-toe in that late-game macro. So if Classic's going to come back and start to win this best of 9, I think it really needs to start with this Game 3.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you. You know, 3-0 is pretty bad. 2-1, well, it was always going to be 2-1 at some point.
Right.
So hopefully Classic cleans up some of these early game shenanigans. You know, I think he will. Like, I would be really surprised. I was already very surprised when he went for the very fast glaives. Like, the first game, Double Oracle, I'm like, okay, I can respect kind of trying to pull off a quick win in game number 1. That kind of makes sense to me in a best of 9. But when you try it twice and an Overlord simply floats in and ruins your plans, that's no good.
You know, it's important. I'm glad you brought that up, Artosis, because it's not even like he tried the Adept Glaives and it didn't work. It got scouted.
Yes.
So clearly Serral knew a scouting path that Classic wasn't prepared for. And it's not very often in a World Finals the Overlord Scout shuts down the build.
No, not too often.
No, especially not when it's in the main base.
Yeah.
So, you know, Classic basically got caught doing something very unusual and then ditched it for a pretty uncomfortable mid-game where he lost his Nexus twice. And so it was just a bad set of openings here for Classic. So we're really watching here in Game 3. Does he play normal? By the way, Oracle here, this looks pretty standard for Classic for what we've seen for most of this EWC. Can he get that third base up? And if he does, what exactly does the Classic versus Serral match look like now?
This all looks so completely normal. He's getting, you know, this second gateway. Okay, Twilight coming up. Probe comes out. Are we going to see that Nexus? See in a moment. The Zergling is waiting for that. It really wants to see, okay, are you going to go for this very fast third base that is so standard? And there's the Nexus.
Okay, third Nexus starting over here. And this is the game that Classic is known for playing. The macro Protoss play. The Oracle right now is just orbiting outside the Zerg's base, looking for any surprises, any kind of timing attacks, which I don't think Serral's going to go for. So we've got more gateways coming here, and we're going to begin to see the Protoss tech build up, as we will see Serral's tech build up as well for Zerg.
Yeah, so already adding some additional gateways and getting a very quick glaives. Do note that there is no forge as of yet, so he is playing like kind of aggressive. This is a little bit in between his normal play and what we saw in the previous game. It's a pretty fast Twilight with pretty fast glaives, but not as crazy as the game before.
The Overlord gets in the main here. Question is he going to spot this?
Yeah, I wonder, like, okay, he's trying to, the Stalker going to block it perhaps?
Well, it depends on where it arcs out to. He kills it. Now, there was never anything up here. All right, well.
That's not even where the Twilight was.
I didn't realize. Okay, so it's actually up there.
The greatest suspense possible.
Yeah, nice commentary by us here. So the glaives are going to be halfway done. And yeah, you're right, Artosis. This is kind of an in-between build.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a Goldilocks build.
It's
not too aggressive. It's not too conservative.
Normally when we talk about a build like this, we call it like something that's an off timing. It's like it's too late to be like an early cheese, and it's too, you know, it's like too early to be like a complete macro play. So here he comes. 9 Adepts coming in, a couple Oracles as well. There's definitely some potential with this.
I love the block here. And he actually lets them finish, so he's going to kill the Evo block. He's going to run into the main now. He's diving on top of these drones. He's going to get at least a few kills here before they get in the main. We don't often see Protoss commit into this, but that's exactly what Classic's going to do. He's got 9 drone kills so far. We can see the drones rotating now back up into the main, and he's going to juke back in with the shades. He's going to get even more.
Really nice here from Classic, doing some very good damage with these Adepts. So far, 11 drones fall. Serral kind of pulling them down, trying to dodge as much as he possibly can. More Adepts came in from his side of the map as well. You can see in the picture-in-picture, he's harassing the third base. He's harassing the natural right now. 17 drones, 18 drones going down.
This is an unheard of amount of worker kills, especially versus the likes of Serral. We're already at 20 right now. And this is going to be so painful. It's a 3-base Zerg versus a 3-base Protoss.
Really looking fantastic for Classic. back at home. Another Oracle on the way, Blink on the way, the Templar Archives coming up. So Classic is kind of filling in what he needs to make sure that this doesn't go wrong. I love it. He's going to knock down some of these rocks to make it harder for a counterattack, because once you do that type of damage, Serral must counterattack.
So the counterattack is going to be everything right now for Serral. The question is going to be, did Classic overextend, or does he have enough to defend? He's been the master of defense in positions like this. We have nothing but more Zerglings being made. The Roaches, the Ravagers inbound right now. Will he go to the third base, or will he perhaps go to the natural? 2 Adepts coming to the main to try to kill off even more workers.
Oh, he's dealing so much damage to him. Now, a Stasis Ward there. Actually, that is a great wall for the Roaches as well. Very well placed. More Stasis Wards going to be coming down. The Roaches, Ravagers, and Queens trying to push up this ramp right now. Another couple Stasis Wards do get planted, which are making a wall. Like, this wall is actually impeding the attack as well as freezing the units.
Going to continue to try to back up. Now the Lings are going to push in. The Stalkers can continue to leapfrog away with their Blink ability here. The Ravagers now in the front. If he can pick these off here with a few Oracles, it's going to be huge. It does feel like Serral's a little bit overextended right now.
I think you might be right about that. He's killing some Stalkers, but the focus fire of the Oracles, the focus fire of the Stalkers, and the healing of the shield batteries is doing magnificent work here for Classic. Pushing forward, and GG! Classic gets his name on the board.
And you know what's so funny about this? Again, it's not the game we're used to Classic seeing. He basically did a really sharp timing. The Zerg played it right, by the way, the double Evo block.
Yeah.
But Classic just said, nope, I'm going to go all the way in here. And then the damage just snowballed. And really all Serral did was try to all in from here. And I think that's probably the best possible move, to try to play from behind against one of the best macro conservative Protoss players in the world. But when he did that counterattack, Classic was prepared, and he shut it down.
I tell you, it was a good build order choice here from Classic. One of these off timings, timing that you normally don't see. It's not hyper optimized to try to hit early, and it's not hyper macro to try to have maximum amounts of units. It's in between.
We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the 2025 EWC StarCraft 2 Finals continues on. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We continue on with the 2025 EWC StarCraft 2 Finals between Serral and Classic. Currently, Serral up with a 2-1 lead.
Wow, it has been a very different series than what we were expecting coming in. So far, Classic just kind of keeping on the aggression, altering his timings, making it very hard for Serral to predict or even to scout what he's doing. But Serral does lead 2-1. I'm going to stop guessing what Classic's up to because I think that's what he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he's played a completely different set of builds. You can see each one was designed to look so different, or basically function so different from what his reputation has been built off of. Truly somebody who's come in here prepared to take on the best Zerg of all time here in what has been probably going to be a very, very long series. Introducing our players here in the bottom right in the red, he is Serral. And his opponent up here in the top left in the blue, he is Classic.
All right, gateway goes down and he will go ahead and scout. Serral, of course, bringing down his drone, throwing down that hatchery. Nothing too weird here to start out, at least.
Every game that we've had so far has been Classic looking like it's going to be a normal macro game, and then the hard fork comes in.
Yes.
And he deviates from that. A very unusual timing there from Serral. That was, from Classic in that last game. That's one that's not intended to kill the Zerg, but to snowball the death of the drones so much that they're really not viable. They can't compete with a 3-base Protoss. And that's why we saw Serral do that counter all-in. Both of the all-ins that we've seen in this best of 9 so far, I think have been basically prompted by the moves that Classic went for.
It kind of makes sense when you think about the races in general, right? Like you look at Terran and Zerg and they're kind of tiered as far as their tech goes. With Protoss, you know, once that Cybernetics core finishes, you have 3 distinct choices of tech trees that you can go down. So a lot of Protoss's power can be in switching it up a little bit, you know, deciding to go down a different road than what your opponent might expect and try to get some damage with that. But with that being said, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, is there any chance to see the third route that we really don't see anymore? Do you think Classic might have a robotics build planned for tonight as well?
I was thinking about that, actually.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're in some ways a little bit deterministic in the matchup with Classic that he will go for Stargate. It's going to be a Stargate again, but just to finish the thought, I think a robo build would not be a bad move here. I mean, you've got so many games, best of 9, in the history of StarCraft, and the best of 9, by the way, fairly new, introduced by EWC. That's a lot of games, man.
That's a lot of
you
games.
got to have a lot of different strategies, and you have to know how to maneuver from game to game. Sometimes you can do a strategy in a game earlier in the series that you can make it look like you're doing the same thing again later on, and instead layer in a different build from there. I mean, the mind games are going to be crazy here, so I would not be shocked if we do have that robo build later on.
Well, he did actually send the Overlord in, and we'll see the Stargate. A Stalker started for a moment, but then Classic thought better of it and went back to Adept production. So normally when you see something like that, it's like, okay, I guess he's not going to be trying to hide anything. He's just going to let that Overlord do its scouting, and he's going to try to keep his build order online, right? Like, keep it going how he wants. A few Adepts out on the map, maybe trying to harass some drones, and of course the Oracle for some harassment and scouting as well.
So we're going to have the second gateway coming down now, as well as this Oracle's going to move out on the map. The probe sent out here to the third base. Oh, I thought it was going to go back for a second. That's not what it's supposed to do. He's going to throw the pylon down, wedge the Adept in between the mineral patch to keep it safe as far as Zergling's attacking it with the surface area like we see here, and expand. And again, it looks like Classic and every other PvZ that we've seen. Normally, it is a macro game. We were talking about how we're going to try to not predict that anymore because he's deviated 3 games in a row from doing that, probably because he's hoping that Serral is really more ready to anticipate macro game after macro game and play against that. So yeah, we're going to sit back and wait and see what tech exactly Classic is going to go for.
So far, it's exactly the same build as we saw in the previous game. This is that kind of off timing of Adepts. Now, on Serral's side, you can see, once again, he is going for the melee attack upgrade, and that tells us that he's going to focus primarily on Zerglings, which is what the Adepts can counter. Really, you want Roaches or possibly a Baneling Nest, which he just put down.
And it looks like he just... Oh, no, he preempted it, but he's going to come in here and scout this in a second. So the Queen actually lives. The Oracles take damage on the hull. And the Overlord is going to see exactly what kind of game this is. Now, in Game 2, when Classic was scouted, he abandoned the tech and tried to do a pretty uncomfortable transition into Stalkers with Blink. And frankly, it was a pretty abysmal mid-game where he was swallowed up alive by Serral. This time, he is not abandoning the tech. The Adept upgrade is going to finish.
Well, he's already put a lot of Chrono Boosts into it. I think it makes sense. I don't think attacking with it makes sense, though. I think you actually have to sit back. Like, I could see him trying to sneak a couple in and get a few drones here and there, maybe get some scouting, keep Serral back for a moment. But I can't foresee him actually, like, holding off Ling plus Baneling chasing him.
Okay, we've got the Robo starting here now. The Adepts are going to push in. Now, remember, with Banelings, this is a lot easier to stop. We were talking about maybe he shouldn't commit to this. We don't know if he's going to really dive all in yet. It looks like he's going to try to go outside the front, maybe force out some Zerglings, and run back home. He's still staying on the outside of the creep. You know, Adepts, they're not that handy the longer the game goes on. It's why when you invest in them, you're going to have a little bit more of a bumpy ride if you don't close out the game, or at least lead in the mid-game there. He's going to shade a couple over here to the side. It looks like he's going down to what would be the fourth, and in fact, there is a fourth base morphing over here now. I don't know that he has enough damage to deny that, though.
All right, the Lings go for a counterattack. A couple of Adepts there do slow them down momentarily. Warps in 4 more Adepts, but the Lings are more than a match for those Adepts. You will have to run his probes away from that third base. In the meantime, this fourth of Serral taking quite a bit of damage.
I don't normally see interactions like this in PvZ. They're both going for the spare bases. I think each side thought the other one would turn around and try to defend or recall, something like that. The Adepts are going to back up. Now, this hatchery's low. It could be picked off later. I don't know that he can come in and do much more now. He doesn't snipe the Orange Queen, and this expansion is still alive. So both sides taking a decent amount of damage, but nobody's really given up an expansion just yet.
Forge on the way, as well as the Templar Archives, so definitely Psystorm going to be coming up. Gets that quick Prism as well. The Prism actually with Adepts, with Glaives, can do very, very well. There's all sorts of little tricks where you drop Adepts out somewhere and then shade them in, pick them up elsewhere with that as well. So we'll see what he gets done with that Prism.
Nice wipe out there of those Adepts on the map. Serral is growing very comfortably. He's expanding over here into the 3 o'clock position. All other bases on this map are a little bit harder for Zerg to obtain, but you know, when Zerg gets on 5 bases, they're very comfortable. We do need to see a 4th base here from Protoss unless they're trying to do a very specific timing attack. Maybe we have that. We have 4 gateways now warping in.
All right, he actually flies over these Banelings. As soon as you see those, you have to deal with them. Those Banelings are waiting for speed to finish, most likely, and a roll into the 3rd base. So scouting that was a very important moment, but at the same time, Serral sees, oh, okay, there's a Warp Prism out. We have to get some defense up ready for these drops.
And so the Lings are going to come out here. This is the first-person perspective right now of Serral, who is aggressively paving the map with creep as this 5th base is about to finish.
All right, this 5th base finishes up. The Prism going to kind of start flying over. He drops out a few Adepts to pick off this Hydralisk. It's the only thing here that can hit air, so kind of makes sense to try to snipe it. But as you can see, this hasn't been very successful so far, and I don't think it's going to be either for Classic.
Yeah. It's more of a distraction than anything else. The Lings are going to come up and confirm the 4th base, so Serral knows exactly what kind of game he's in. It is going to be that macro game. Serral is ramping up to being maxed out here. He's at 173 supply of 190. And so it could be his turn to attack. The question is going to be, how effective will that attack be? In Game 2, we saw that he took out both the 4th and then the 3rd base actually pretty fast, and that was a crippling enough blow that Classic wasn't viable. So we really want to watch the defense here of Protoss. We see cannons coming down here. We see gateways to wall in. We have a Warp Prism in case the Zerg goes all in with everything. He can maybe try to drop over there. And we got to see if Classic can slowly catch up in supply and the rest of the tech.
Well, he's doing some reasonable harassment right here. Drops out the Adepts, gets a few drones. Still his defense coming online back at home. And that's definitely something that's really, really important because Hydra Ling Baneling which is what Serral's going for right now, is very explosive. If you don't have the right composition to counter this, which is generally like cannons, shield batteries, blink stalkers, maybe a few Archons, and a lot of Psystorm, this will just bust you down.
Okay, I love the wall in here. The Banes are going to come around on both sides. The Archon going to be on the outside. Two Immortals, tucked in over here. Beautiful storms to hit those Banelings.
Yeah, he continues to throw down the storms there. Has to end up making an Archon so that those don't end up falling. More Archons coming down to help as well. Does Classic actually have enough to hold on here? A lot of damage still being dealt by these Hydralisks, and that Nexus looks like it might go down.
Yeah, it's taking a little bit of damage from the two Hydralisks on the left side. They can't quite defend it. The Nexus goes down.
Ooh, a big moment here for Serral. Killing that fourth Nexus is one of the most crucial things you can do in this matchup. Classic is on the back foot.
That's right, Classic sub 100 supply as Serral eyes his next target, the third base.
All right, he drops out the Immortal over here, juggling it a little bit, trying to avoid damage. Some great Psystorms going down for sure. He's got a lot of defensive structures here helping, but very few units at that third. The Hydra's starting to push into the natural. This wall-in won't hold them for long.
Yeah, he takes out the pylon over here. The Cybernetics core, the two gateways unpowered. He takes that out. Now the Robo is no more. It can't make any more Immortals. There has been more and more Zerg units coming up here, and it's too much. GG. Serral wins his third game in this best of 9.
Man, Classic keeps trying to get that early damage, but Serral's defense, like you catch him once, okay, he's not going to let you do it again, and that's exactly what we saw here. The same build 2 games in a row from Classic. We thought it worked once, maybe it would work again, but I don't think that he should be doing that anymore. Serral is just on fire right now.
Yeah, Serral, again, denying late game. We're not really getting to the point in time where you can actually have the Stargate units where Protoss has been able to push. And so it's 3-1, and we really need to see if Classic can start this comeback, because Serral is getting further and further along in this series where he's almost crossed the finish line.
Couple more wins, and he's going to be a 3-time world champion, something completely unheard of.
That's right. Classic has brought a very unusual series of builds. We had the Adept play now twice in a row. And, you know, it worked to get his first win. It was scouted in that second game, and you could see what happens when the Zerg sees that it's coming. You just stay out on the map. The Adepts can't even get a distance enough to get onto that the second base where they can bypass the double Evo block.
Yeah.
And by the way, Serral's scouting has been perfect.
Yes.
He seems to know
very
it.
Close to.
We don't normally talk about like where the Overlord goes in the early game. It's kind of a, you know, one of the basic things you learn in StarCraft. Yeah, you've got a flying unit that's also a farm. You can scout with it. You want to look and see if you can find anything. He seems to know exactly where the tech is going to be, and he's spotting it every time. In the top right, in the red, he is Serral. And in the bottom left, in the blue, our Protoss player, he is Classic.
I really just don't know what to expect anymore.
Yeah, well, you know, any world-class player can come into a series and have an unusual series of builds, because randomizing builds is essential in a series in StarCraft, right? I mean, you know, one of the reasons why a map hack is so strong is if you can see what they're doing, you can usually stop it, right? In a game of StarCraft, at the pro level, a lot of times, if you know what they're going to try to do, you can stop it, right? You can preempt it. And so you have to be unpredictable. You have to have a range of play. Classic has brought in maybe the most unusual set of builds based off what his reputation has been to get this far. I'm kind of blown away. I don't think I've ever seen anybody select a series of openers like this being a macro Protoss.
Yeah, you know, I think he's really trying so hard to be unpredictable, and he's definitely been that. We haven't been able to predict what he's doing, but I think Serral is starting to. You were talking before the series started about how, you know, there's so many games, we'll probably see little adjustments from each player as they learn, oh, okay, this is the type of approach you're taking to the series. And we're definitely seeing that from Serral. I think it's time to see it from Classic. Classic has to look at this and say, okay, he's completely dialed in with the Overlord scouting. He's figuring out what I'm doing. Maybe we should just focus on getting up to those 4 bases and making a really strong army.
Yeah, I think he has to slow it down a bit here. Now, he's going to show us exactly what his plans are. It's 3-1. You know, if Classic can take this game, obviously it's going to be 3-2. That's very doable. But if this goes up to 4-1, man, that's a lot of games Classic has to win in a row. And when you get up 4-1 in a best of 9, that player that has that lead, he has a lot of room to start to get weird with his builds, right? Most of this series, we've kind of cast it from the perspective of Classic.
Yeah.
And we sort of have to because he's the one that's starting to make the major decision that impacts what happens. His decision will ripple through the rest of the game and force a Zerg to behave a certain way, to react in a certain style. And again, you know, if it goes up to 4-1, that's when Cyril can get kind of crazy. He can do a weird all-in, and if he loses, okay, it's fine. He's still got plenty more games to try stuff.
Yeah, and I think Cyril, it's likely he'll eventually throw something crazy out there, but his general style is to kind of absorb, to react, to make sure that he's getting as many drones as he can without losing. So, you know, it makes sense that we kind of follow our Protoss player who's, you know, trying to win his first World Championship against one of the most successful players ever to have touched a video game, let alone StarCraft 2. So, you know, we're going to have to sit here and wait and watch. Are we going to see that Twilight come down again? He throws down a Stalker. Now, I actually think he's going to go third base. Very standard play here because of the Stalker. The Stalker comes out and makes sure that the Overlord can't find anything hidden. And that's what he's looking for. He's like, oh, do you have something like a Twilight again?
Right.
Are you going to go Glaives again? So he makes sure you can't see that. And then, yeah, why not go into a more regular game and make him think you're doing it?
He's going to lay a trap here. Are there enough Lings to force a cancel? There are.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really big. Yeah, if you don't have the second Adept there, you can't kill the Lings quite as fast as you want to. And it was subtle, but we saw Cyril take each injured Zergling and loop it around the back so that the Adept would retarget. So the damage is distributed evenly along the Lings, while the Lings are still going to force that cancel. Now, it's not the end of the world. It's not like he lost the building. You had to cancel it. You always lose some resources when you cancel, and then you have to restart it. And that does mean that all those probes that are supposed to go to that expansion are going to get there a little bit later.
Wow, the control Cyril here just out of control. He only gets one drone there and loses an Oracle. The other one very low on energy and taking a lot of hull damage. Just superb defense. Cyril is dialed in.
And, you know, when you lose the second Oracle, then you can't one-shot drones. So now that the function of that Oracle is basically to tag units.
Yeah.
And to try to monitor. So the harass phase of the game for the Oracles is gone. Now, a couple of Adepts are coming in. Remember that Cyril didn't get the Scout, and so this looks similar to the Adept games in the last 2 games, but it's nowhere near as committed. I don't think that Cyril's going to be sold on this. He doesn't seem to be too worried about this at all. He's going to let this come in here. He's going to pull the drones away. And there's enough Lings here that you can't even let the Shades finish. He's going to recall. He actually saves more than I thought he would get. It looks like he gets 5 out in one piece. And I'll tell you what, Artosis, this is a game that's, again, going to the direction we've kind of been predicting for the last 4, right? He didn't commit hard. He didn't get Adept Glaives and try to do near fatal damage. Instead, he's getting that Templar Archives. He's getting his third base up and running, and he's going to start to tag. And back here for Cyril, he's in his macro phase as well. A lot of drones about to hatch as the rest of these upgrades are going to start here for Zerg.
Yeah, both of them getting up into those 60s at about the same time on these workers. So that's pretty good. Cyril does have, of course, his 4th base warping in. And, you know, he's at least Classic is being busy with the Oracle. He, like, clears a little bit of creep there, still keeping a little bit of tabs on what's going on with his scouting. But, yeah, this is looking like the most standard game between these two by far.
So we see the Oracle just continuing to check around here. Classic's going to try to slip in a fast 4th base. And this is sort of where the late game trajectory begins for both sides. It does create a game where the Zerg basically gets to make the first move. And so we're going to see if Cyril decides to try to come in here and flatten that 3rd base, or does he try to just take even more bases and power up? Now, I think Cyril's going to be more inclined to try to go with smashing the bases.
Yeah.
Because it seems like a lot of Zergs that also try to play you know, single player, so to speak, and just macro up. Usually Classic gets too powerful. That's when his Stargate tech kicks in. And just seeing Cyril now beginning to make roaches, we're getting up to 12, along with a lot of these upgrades that are going to finish. I wouldn't be shocked if he starts to try to hit the third base, the fourth base, the second base in different locations.
Well, he has burrow and burrow movement on the way, so definitely he's going to be splitting units up at that point, but a ton of roaches being made here on his 75 drones. So without any doubt, Cyril is going for an attack. Now, can Classic hold against that? He's got 3 different locations that he has to be able to defend. This is one of the weakest points for Protoss. If Classic can defend this well, he can get really far ahead.
He pops the entrance open and just goes right in, killing the one stalker that was basically blocking that, accidentally attacking the platform there on the ground, and he's going to try to come over here. He's in the main. He's going to be doing a lot of damage to these probes. There's a second attack that's winding up to hit both the second and the third.
All right, yeah, looks like he goes for the 4th first here. Brings in the Roaches and Ravagers. He's going to go after this Nexus. Some probes starting to fall. How are you going to deal with this? He brings up some of his High Templars as well as some of these Stalkers. Of course, he's still clearing Roaches in his main base, but Cyril is dealing some good damage out here.
Had those Roaches not gotten in the main, this might be a little bit easier here for Classic to defend, but right now Classic going to have to abandon his 4th base, tuck away back here at the 3rd. The Nexus goes down. And I don't even know if Cyril has to keep attacking right now. He might want to try to regroup. It's basically mission accomplished there.
Yeah, the one thing we need to say is, yes, Classic lost his 4th base. He lost some drones there. Oh, man, this is the follow-up that's so good. Because I was going to say, right now, Classic's still, like, okay-ish because Cyril hasn't been teching. He hasn't been making extra drones. He doesn't really have additional bases, right? But these coming into the main base, this is going to be a huge problem for Classic.
Yeah, he's going to start to lose these workers. The Roaches are going to burrow and spread out to different locations, so it's just harder to find all of them. Meanwhile, we have Classic about to take a 4th base. I think this could be a mistake because it could just be wiped out in a second here from the army that's waiting to come in here and hit this.
Well, it does come in, but he hasn't started that Nexus,
yeah,
so...
He pulls the probe away.
Yeah, he's being very, very careful right now. This is not an unplayable position for Classic, even though it does look bad. It does look bad. You have to take into consideration he's spent a lot of money on Roaches that he's lost. The overall strength of Classic's army is pretty darn good, even though it's lower in supply. Roaches are not very supply efficient. We have a lot of Psystorm, a lot of Blink Stalkers. You know, it's still playable for Classic, but right now, Cyril is taking a 5th base. He's going into his hive. He's getting Baneling speed, multiple upgrades, Hydralisk Den. Like, Cyril's doing everything right now, and Classic needs to be very decisive with how he wants to play from here.
We should point out Classic just at 150 supply. He needs to get a little bit more. I agree with your point, Artosis. I think he's done a really good job of basically cleaning this up. There's going to, oh my God, I spoke a little bit too soon here. A big attack coming in here into the natural. If he can send all of this over here, it's going to be huge. Now he recalls back. He'll pull away here. But again, there's no 4th base. There's nothing down here at 6 o'clock. And so even though you see Protoss survive this, that's kind of not the point. The point is that Protoss can't grow while they're doing this.
Well, we might see a counterattack. I actually feel like that's probably the best course of action because Cyril is going up to his Lurker Den right now. Classic actually has very similar army supply. He's playing against Roach, which means his army is better right now. So he's going to start to move out, and I think this attack just has to do very, very well. He needs to kill a lot of army. He needs to kill at least 1 base, and maybe during this, he can get a 4th base up.
He's going to try to push in here now. If this goes well, it could swing the game into Classic's favor. If Cyril can stop it, it could end the game right here, right now.
Ooh, some very good Psystorms. Stop a lot of these Banelings from hitting. Psystorms on the bottom, Roaches as well. Hydra Bane Roach hits the top. Cyril bringing in so many units, but as you can see, still a huge standing army here for Classic.
He's going to keep pushing forward. The drones are evacuating. Classic, he has to choose. Does he push further or does he try to take out the base? He's going to do another warping round and try to target down the hatchery.
Very good choice, I think. Kill that off. There's going to be some units maybe hatching there you can get as well. Pushes towards this next base. I'm not sure what that storm was all about, but continues to go forward, going after another Cyril base. Still no 4th base up for Classic, so he has to continue to get this damage.
He's a little bit all in right now. He's going to keep trying to push forward. The counterattack comes in and Warpins come to defend it. The Lurkers have burrowed over here in the main fight. He has to try to storm this. He has to do something to break this. An alternative option would be to blink into the main, and that's exactly what I think he's going to do.
He might. There's a lot of Overlords here that he can get as well. Now, a lot of Hydra Bane going up there, so maybe the blink isn't good anymore. Maybe he had a window there, but he's being very careful. He brings his High Templars forward. If he blinks up, he's going to try to cast Storms, but I think it's too dangerous. He pulls back.
Yeah, it seems like Cyril is basically ready. This is a sign of a great player, by the way. When you don't pull the trigger, you realize, okay, I've done my damage. This Zerg's on 3 bases, by the way. Fourth one just starts in the bottom right, but point in case, they're fairly even in expansions now. They're fairly even in supply. They're fairly even in workers. Classic has now made this game very doable for himself.
He really has. Now, there are lurkers out. The lurkers are really hard to engage with an armor like this. They absolutely shred units like Stalkers. It's hard for the High Templars to stay under their fire because of the low health, but they can throw some Side Storms down. But that's okay because we have Immortals and Tempests on the way for Classic. You know what? I got to say, this is a beautiful game out of our Protoss player.
It really is. 6 o'clock being reclaimed right now. Now, Zerg is going to try to grow back out, but Cyril's a lot squishier than before. With the Tempest in play here, this is sort of where the game really starts to look good for Classic. He's the very best at this in the whole world. He's going to try to roam around the map again here. I think he could force a cancel over here on this additional base. No attention to the 6 o'clock base right now from the Zerg, although I do think Cyril's doing a decent job of cat and mouse here, being the mouse in this case, trying to just run around and force the Protoss to chase this instead of wiping out expansions.
Well, Cyril is expanding to the bottom right, so it seems like this bottom right general area of the map is going to be where everything's contested. He does actually send some Zealots into this base that he had already killed, and Cyril will push that back. I love that Prism being up there. That is going to be very useful later on.
I was about to ask, I was like, does Classic know about the bottom right base? We just had a vision check that showed us he does have it. We're going to see a push here from Classic. And with a beautiful tag on the lurkers, I mean, then the Tempest can just start to snipe those lurkers, no problem.
Absolutely. He's got a ton of Psystorm in this army as well, so very hard to run up to it with masses of units. That splash damage will punish Lingbane Hydra so hard.
Okay, the Lings are going to come down here. They're going to hit this Nexus. Ooh. And you know what? There's actually not enough, I think, to save this. Even if he blinks on top of it entirely, the Nexus goes down. Oh!
No. The shield battery is the hero of this game. Saves that Nexus just barely. Very good move there from Classic to heal it up. But Cyril might try again because it's going to be really low.
Okay, so right now we have Classic just outside of this base. He's going to try to push in. These 2 bases on the right are extremely important. And if he sees a weak spot, and he's found one now, he's going to push in and try to take it. So the Lurkers are going to come in here. Beautiful storms here on the Lurks. And it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to actually drive the Protoss away.
No, it does look like this hatch will end up falling, but another attack coming up. You can see he's put up a lot of static D around this very damaged Nexus. Might want to bring the rest of his army back as a lot of Lurkers are flooding in towards his 3rd base. I am a little bit nervous about this for him.
Yeah, it feels like, okay, looks like Cyril's just going to dive in. Can he get around this and do the damage? If he doesn't, Cyril will have overextended, and this punish is going to be nasty.
Well, he does blink forward onto the Lurkers. He wants to clear it really quickly, but he is taking a lot of damage onto his Stalkers. He clears everything, saves his 4th base. Cyril, you know, he did lose that bottom right base, but he is on 4 mining bases right now as well.
So we have another move out here. Right now, Classic trying to basically poke this position out here in the bottom right. I think he probably could have taken out that other base, but you know, it's funny. Classic has 1 base he has to keep saving. He just can't afford to lose it. Protoss are never going to recover health there, so that base at 6 o'clock is very fragile. He's going to come in once more. I think the Tempest can just one-shot this if he decides to turn around.
Yeah, I think he will end up getting that. 1 Lurker sneaking behind here. Very, very annoying to deal with.
Look
for
at
Classic.
This. He has to send the entire army back to kill off 1 Lurker so that he can keep mining. How annoying. He kills it off. Wouldn't hurt to have a cannon or 2 behind the Nexus there.
Really.
Because, you know, Cyril's being very smart. He sees there's not anything to spot behind the minerals, and so 1 Lurker can change the entire course of a game. Classic going to move out again. We should mention that Classic is actually ahead here in supply, which means that Cyril's defense is going to be very brittle. There is a world where Classic simply breaks the Zerg open and then kills every base that he has.
Yeah, he might be able to. Coming in right now, but the abducts here from those Vipers are very, very strong. He's going to be able to pick off 2 of those expensive Tempests. And that's going to be painful. Oh my gosh, he sneaks another Lurker.
The Nexus!
Tasteless! He's going to get the Nexus!
It's going to heal it with a shield battery. I don't think it has enough. Oh my god, that cannon should have been started way long ago.
Oh,
He's going to come down, and he can't save it in time.
That's so painful. That is so painful to lose that fourth Nexus. Classic can't have that many mineral patches left at his other bases. Like, he is running dry. Look at that. Just very, very few minerals left to mine on the map for him. He immediately remakes that fourth base, but it is definitely going to slow his economy.
Storms come down here. And, you know, Cyril is kind of taking control of this game. Protoss is going to be very weak economically. Beautiful storms here as Cyril tries to come in for a surround. Did Cyril overextend, and now will Classic's counterpunch do too much damage to Cyril?
You got a lot of damage down there. A lot of those stalkers are hurt, but here's that warp prism we were talking about before. A little counter warp in into that main base. That is going to be very hard for Cyril to deal with while Classic is attacking into this expansion.
It looks like the hatchery could be poked out here. It's low enough, it's going to go down. Meanwhile, the Zealots did so much damage there in the main. We could have another warping round even again. Classic, instead of going up to 12 o'clock, might even try to push a little bit further over here.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he recognizes that there's a base there at the moment. A few more Lings coming in and utilizing that burrow as well. No detection there, so hard to deal with. These two are just being as annoying as possible to each other.
It's a funny game because they both are barely functioning economically. They have massive armies, but like the income isn't great on either side.
Well, picks off another lurker there, takes a bit of damage, takes all the shields off a lot of those stalkers as well. Time warp goes down. That means he's really looking for the engage. Throws some storms down. You cannot go through that time warp. Throws down storms on the Hydras and drones together. I don't think that Cyril can save this base. I don't think there's any way.
Yeah, there's no way this base is going to survive. Can he maybe take out some of these drones? It looks like he actually only gets about 2. Although 12 overall killed, but 2 that were retreating. I like the burrow over here with the Lings. This is definitely going to play a factor later on. Remember that basically Classic only has 6 o'clock. There are some minerals at the other bases, but they're going to be mined out over the next minute or two here. What Cyril needs to worry about now is this sort of marooned 12 o'clock base. I don't think that Classic knows about yet. It seems like there's a blind spot in his scouting. Okay, now he should know.
Yeah.
He should know when he sees the drones over there.
Ooh, the prism gets pulled down. I think that was an all-army hockey there. And hold position lurkers deal a little bit of damage there. Throws down a few storms. He does back up in time. Tempest start to work through these lurkers. As you work through the lurkers, there's nothing blocking the Psy Storms from coming in, getting on top of those Hydras. Cyril's army just so damaged. The cloak is triggered on this mothership as well. Really great control from Classic.
Okay, he's going to try to maneuver over here. This is a really risky move. He's going to just run by and eat some damage because he knows once he can sit on this base, Zerg is out of position here, especially with that time warp really slowing everything that's going to try to move through there. Is there actually enough? Yes, there is. GG. Classic takes his second victory.
And what does that make it? 3-2 for Cyril right now. He was feeling on top of the world earlier, but suddenly the match a lot closer.
Beautifully done there by Classic. It was so important in a best of 9 that he wins specifically that match because it's so much closer now. He has tightened up that gap. And again, what an unusual game here. I love the fact that he basically just forced his way over here.
Yeah.
He doesn't care if he loses a lot of these Archons and Stalkers over here in the front because once he's on top of this, it's just too difficult for the Zerg to defend. And again, this was all done off of that 1/4 base that was basically barely giving Classic enough of an income to be viable.
Very, very true. You know, this really shows Classic's skill in those bigger defensive macro games. He went for the 4 bases. He wasn't trying anything tricky. He developed his army normally. And even though Cyril was able to deal massive damage to him, he stayed calm. He cleaned everything up, and he hit a massive counterattack. A beautiful game out of Classic.
Yeah, masterfully done there. Again, had he lost that Nexus too many more times, I think he would have just fizzled out. But that was Classic winning in the way we were talking about before the series started. That's how Classic beats every Zerg in the world, is he just survives into the late game. He's got the Tempest, he's got the Mothership, and his defense against counterattacks is too good, his pushes are too strong, and he plays that positional chess game in the middle of the map so well.
So well.
In the top right, in the red, he is Cyril. And his opponent down here in the bottom right in the blue, he is Classic.
I love this series right now, Tasis. It is so close. You can definitely see from both sides ways in which that they can end up taking this game. Now, you know, Torches is kind of a crazy map. It's got those golden little mineral things that you can mine through. It's got that kind of double gold base in the center that people try to take. We've seen a lot of very cheesy games, a lot of very sneaky builds on this map. Will we see one here from Cyril or possibly from Classic? Or are we just going to go into a regular macro game?
Let's find out, Artosis. The builds are starting to unpack themselves as this game starts. I'm so glad that Classic won his second game because this is so much closer. It is hard to tell who's going to take this. Remember that the first couple of games really came down to really obtuse builds from Classic. Some builds we haven't seen, at least in years in some cases, from Protoss players, like that double Stargate, you know, 4 Oracles to blindside the Zerg in the main. I can't remember the last time I've casted that.
No.
But things have started to normalize, at least kind of what we would have imagined the games to look like before the series started. And Classic is winning in the way that he's known to win.
Well, if he goes for that type of game again, is that going to put pressure on Cyril to try to either match him in the macro game, or will Cyril try once again to pull a fast one, you know, kill off that 4th Nexus, try to do some extra harassment around and end up winning that way, because it didn't work last game.
We're taking a look at both players' perspectives here. For now, Classic is going to send his probe through. He's trying to identify the location of the 3rd base. This is a map where there's basically 2 locations the Zerg can take the 3rd at, and a lot of times you want to make your decision on how you're going to approach the matchup once you see where that 3rd hatchery goes.
So Cyril is going to mine out these gold minerals and take his 3rd base. It looks like right there at the regular patches, as opposed to that kind of forward base that's a little bit easier to attack. Of course, the Stargate is on the way, and he's also making that Stalker. Don't forget, the last time we saw the Stalker, it actually heralded that he would play a normal game.
Right. It's funny because a lot of times when you make a Stalker and they can't get inside, from the Zerg's perspective, they're kind of thinking, okay, what are you hiding? You don't want me to see this, and this is the poker game of StarCraft.
Absolutely.
Where, you know, both players are operating with a degree of incomplete information. You're trying to see, okay, are you behaving in a certain way? Are you trying to hide something from me? Or do I see, you know, you make a lot of workers too early? Oh, you're being greedy.
Yeah.
And that's where, you know, that trying to find something that might telegraph a behavior that could happen later on in the game is so important. So that Overlord comes in here. Now, the Stalker wasn't in a position to deny it, but you're going to see the Stargate, right? So Stargate's kind of standard.
Yeah. There could be anything behind that. You don't really know for sure, but it's also the most popular opener to just go into a fast 3rd Nexus.
Right. The problem is it's also an incredibly popular opener to go into a cheese too.
Yeah.
So you can scout it and you still don't really know what's going to go on.
Well, the first Oracle flying up across the map, a little Zergling scout will come down and see this 3rd base. Now this is kind of cool and interesting, right? Because their 3rd bases are awfully close to each other.
Yeah.
Like really close compared to most maps.
Yeah, they're almost claustrophobically close to each other. And that means there's a lot of unique timing attacks they can both do to each other. The funny thing is, it's not exactly like one race is better at timing attacks in the matchup. You know, they both have their moments in PvZ. That's the ebb and flow of the matchup here. But yeah, it's a funny map because you both spawn on the right side. These bases further towards the center on the right side are extremely desirable. If you expand towards the lower left or upper left here, it's much harder for the other side to really come across the map and hit it, just due to the travel distance. So a lot of times they're both just hitting each other and going for the mains even.
Yeah. More gates on the way. Blink and the Forge is coming up. So yeah, it looks like we're going to have Classic kind of power up into a lot of Blink Stalkers, which is exactly what I would suggest for him to do. Whether he's going to attack or Cyril's going to attack him, the key is going to be making a lot of Stalkers.
That's right. And I do wonder, and this may be very map specific, do you want to just go mass Blink Stalkers while you're taking a 4th base and just pressure the Zerg? I know that that's not really how Classic plays. That's really more of a hero play.
Yeah.
But it kind of makes sense the way the map is shaped.
That might be a good idea. Few Speedlings running through the center here. He's actually killed like 4 Creep Tumors so far, I think, with these Oracles. That's actually very, very impressive. So not much else other than the Overlord and the Zergling being killed off. Still, the Oracles, I think, are doing a fairly good job.
We're going to have a Ling Ravager timing here. The Queens are going to come through here. So basically, Cyril is going to try to flatten and trample Classic in this position. If Classic can hold, he's going to be in a great spot. If Cyril pulls it off, this game is over.
No creep out here for those Queens. They're going to be very slow and having a hard time truly supporting. Okay, here we go. A few bios come down. He goes after some of those shield batteries. There is a cannon warping in as well for extra damage. A couple Oracles over here to the side. I think he's waiting to turn those on so the Queens can't hit them. Pulling back, throwing down some force fields here as the Lings start to surround.
Blink is about to finish. That's going to be really handy to dodge these bios, but it's seconds away.
Oh, this is beautiful from Classic. The way he's pulled the Oracles back so they can't be hit by the Queens is off, and they're really helping out a lot, but the Biles are dealing tons of damage to his army.
Yeah, I'm worried here for Classic. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of room to try to maneuver against this. The walls are closing in. Cyril's getting further and further into this position. There's really nowhere to blink. Corrosive Biles barely dodged, but there's so many Queens, Ravagers, and Roaches.
This is getting very, very bad. Almost every single Stalker has fallen. The energy is gone from these Oracles. The probes have gone down, and so will the Nexus. Classic is going to give up the base. And I will tell you what, I don't know how you're supposed to win after you give up your third. You lose your fourth base? Okay, well, we still have a good economy. We still have good tech. This is too early to take that much damage.
Not only did he give up his base, he lost all the probes that were over there, and it wasn't like Classic had retreated to keep his units alive. He stayed there, and so he lost everything there too. It's 114 supply to 60. Cyril taking a fourth as Classic has been compacted, has been smushed down to just 2 bases in the bottom right.
There's very little hope here left for Classic. We're going to see what his idea is. It seems to me that he's just going to make a lot of Blink Stalkers and rely on his micro here.
Well, I'll tell you what, Artosis, he did kind of win with a big counterattack in the last game. Maybe he can pull it off this time around as well.
Well, he's going to try at least, right? Like, well, he throws down a new third Nexus to the left-hand side. Right-hand side didn't work. Okay, let's go to the left-hand side. I don't know if I can agree with that, though.
Well,
I feel like that's very slow for a Cyril that's already taking a fort.
He's going to get a Dark Shrine here. Ouch. 2 pylons. I kind of forgot they were there. Now he's supply blocked. How uncomfortable here for Classic. Meanwhile, the Lings come down and deny the Nexus. Things are looking so hopeless here for Classic.
Yeah, this is not a good thing. Healing up that Oracle, okay, well, you may as well because it's not really doing anything else. The Dark Shrine is kind of an interesting idea here, but then the Overseer, of course, dude, Cyril's scouting is so strong.
This is brutal. And of course, Cyril seeing what the last hope plan here is from Classic. I can't imagine how painful this game specifically is here for Classic. And Cyril, this should be a cakewalk for him. Should be very easy. He's going to take this gold base up here. He's actually, not saturating the top left base with drones. So he has expansions, but he's basically using them to produce an army. He's probably thinking, I can just kill his third again and then go back to drone up. Why would I make this game more complicated than it has to be?
I tell you, I think he has to go Disruptor here. I don't know what else he could do. Like, he needs some luck on his side. He could try to make Immortals, but I think he gets overpowered if he goes for Immortals. Like, how do you keep up with Cyril's supply? He'll power through the Immortals. It doesn't matter. So a second Robo comes up, and there it is. There's the support base. So he is going to try, I think, to go into those Disruptors. Of course, they aren't as strong as they once were in StarCraft 2, but still probably his best chance to make magic happen here in game number 6.
Yeah, he's going to come out here. I don't know what the story is with these drones coming up here. It looks like that was.
I think he wanted to mine through so he could attack.
Yeah, you're probably right. He wanted to hit both of those sides over there. Wouldn't even mind seeing, like, I don't know, a Nidus or a something else, a drop or something. I mean, right now Classic's below 100 supply and Cyril's about to max out. I mean, for some perspective here, with literally no place on the map that he can call for a third base.
Yeah.
If he steps out of his base, he will be killed.
That's right. That's why he's hiding behind mineral patches and buildings. But you know what? Once you get like 6 Disruptors, I could see him taking a battle. The problem is Hive is on the way. And, once upon a time, there was like a metagame that we had in this matchup where you'd go lots of Disruptors against this type of thing, and they just rush up to Vipers and start abducting them in and picking them off. So we'll see if that's what Cyril goes for as a counter. But, yeah, the Disruptors this is like a Hail Mary play here for Classic.
Okay, so you know it's a bit of a. It's great when you can hide behind these minerals, but you also can't get out of them unless you mine them.
Yeah.
The minerals can't be destroyed; they can only be consumed by workers. So, in some ways, Cyril can now turn this on its head. He goes, "Oh, you're never going to get out of here.
Yeah.
If you try to mine that with a probe, I'm going to shoot it down and run back."
So he's actually going to push them back with his oracles. That's a really smart idea. Queen comes up to try to slow that down a little bit, but not a lot of anti-air in the region. Does Classic come out? Well, I mean, he pushed everything back.
Yeah, the issue is
okay, there he is. There he is. Okay, this is it, Tasteless. This is where Classic shows us what he's made of.
Okay, he needs to have perfect disruptor shots. He's got 4 disruptors in the back. He's going to move out now. The disruptor shots are going to come out, and not exactly that good. The Lynx around is going to come in here, and I just don't know if there's any way that Classic can keep his army alive. GG! Cyril takes another victory.
Cyril now on match point. Very tough series so far here for Classic. Cyril leading 4-2. Classic must win out from here.
He cannot lose any more games, and what a painful loss that was. The game before that was a nail-biter. It wasn't clear who was going to take it until the last minute. This one, we kind of just sat and watched him slowly perish. You know, he finally had the tech to come out here. All these disruptor shots basically didn't do anything. The Lings had already surrounded the Stalkers, even with a blink away like this. Well, he just surrounds you again immediately, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was in such a bad spot after losing his entire army and a third of his economy. It makes sense that he tried something like that, but nothing else he could do from there.
We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the 2025 EWC StarCraft 2 Finals continues on.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
We are back and ready to continue on with this best of 9 between Serral and Classic. So far, Serral steadily in the lead.
He has been playing magnificently as expected. Classic has taken a couple of games, an off timing and a great defensive game with very strong counterattacks. That's how he won so far. What does he do now for the rest of the series? Because it is match point. He must win 3 in a row if he wants to be the new world champion.
Which means he has to play perfect games over and over and over, and it just seems like the way the Classic wins is to get to the late game. But what if Serral never lets him get there?
That's a good question. But if Serral isn't letting him get to the late game, that opens up the opportunity for Classic to play his great defensive style and get to the late game regardless.
We're going to be going into this match momentarily. Remember, Serral just needs to win 1 game. So it's an extremely challenging position. The further the disparity in score is in a series in StarCraft, the more experimental, the more high risk the strategies are that Serral, in this case the leader, can try to pull off. So Classic has a very, very difficult series to try to navigate if he's going to become the EWC StarCraft 2 champion. But we've seen players come back before.
We certainly have. There are some sick runbacks in the history of StarCraft 2. You know, this game has been out for a good 15 years now. One of these guys about to become that 15th year world champion.
StarCraft 2 getting better and better every year, aging like a fine wine. We are so close to deciding who is going to be the Esports World Cup champion here between Serral and Classic. Again, Serral, if he wins 1 more, he's going to take it. Classic has a hard road up ahead, but it is possible. Introducing our players in the top left. In the red, he is Serral. And his opponent down here in the bottom right in the blue, he is Classic.
Ooh, I'm very excited to see what Classic is going to choose to do. You know, whatever he does, all of his eggs are in that basket.
Right.
There's no taking anything back at this point. There's no more experimentation. He must play what he thinks will win each individual game.
We should point out as well, there's been 2 perfect Overlord scouts that identified what kind of game was going to happen here from Serral, and he won those promptly. Yes. He had a very, very easy game. And so, you know, the Overlord scouting being so spot on, can Classic even pull, you know, a curveball off here? Can he really have a surprise opening? It feels like it's been pretty rough. He had one where he basically forced his way through the Evo wall with the Adepts, and then he did a magnificent job killing drones. But Serral's scouting's been very good. I mean, he's really the quintessential god of Zerg, in that he is able to survey, to identify, even if it's only off of a couple of hints or movement patterns by the units, he sees what's coming and then he reacts accordingly, gets ahead, and closes it out with a win.
Yeah, I really do think that Serral's understanding of the game is a step above everyone else's, including other world champions and basically everyone in the world. And I think that that really, really helps him out with his fantastic mechanics. You really do have to either catch him out guard or simply outplay him by blocking everything he does, like Classic did in one of those previous wins.
We've got the scouting probe checking to see if they can find the 3rd base. It's going to be the Stargate, a familiar tech so far. I guess in general in PvZ, but certainly so with Classic. By the way, a real chance we don't have any of that hidden robo-tech Artosis. We've got to see, you know, once the Stargate finishes, the next couple of tech buildings are going to be laid out, and then we can basically identify what kind of game Classic wants to play. Yeah.
Well, with that Stargate coming up, I do expect to see the Oracle very quickly. It'd be quite a shock, quite a surprise to see a Phoenix or a Void Ray started. There's the Oracle. This Adept still just kind of scouting around a little bit. It's not going to be able to pick up any damage as of yet. Just taking a tiny little bit of damage beyond the shields. And from here, like, you know, the standard play would be another Nexus coming up pretty soon.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I think we're all expecting, is the Nexus. Remember that a lot of these games, Cyril's been really good at sending an unusually large amount of Lings out and denying that. And I think part of that's because he knows that when the second Oracle's out, Classic tends to look for workers. By the way, we've got 2 Adepts coming through here now for a little bit of harassment. He's actually going to shade those in, and he's going to go for another worker.
All right. And I think that's going to be all he can really get. Wait, one more maybe. Ooh,
nice.
Very good save there from Cyril. But in comes the Oracle now. So a little bit more drone damage, but a lot of damage onto that Oracle as well.
Yeah, the damage from the Oracle, you know, you're not going to recover from that. So it's hard, right? Because then the 2 Oracles, when they're paired together, can't come in. He does have the Adept and the Oracle ready for the small Ling deny on the Nexus, but Cyril pulls away immediately. Quick evolution chamber here for Cyril being thrown down in the back of his base. The Lings are just going to be, you know, probing the outside of the base, trying to get any information. Are there any upgrades coming? Can you see any kind of units that are beginning to be gathered? And the Overlord Scout comes in and sees a Forge. And a Forge, basically, in a game like this, always means you're going to be invested in a long game, because otherwise there would be no need to make it. You need upgrades if you're going to have a Forge. You see a Forge extremely early on, it would be a cannon rush, but obviously that's not going to be this kind of game.
You know, looking at how Classic's playing it so far, this looks like his very standard, very normal macro play. The same can be said on Cyril's side, right? He's getting his melee attack. Here's the Roach Warren still droning up as he can. A few units here and there as he feels like he needs them. But nothing too aggressive from either player. This might be the game that we've kind of been waiting for and saying that we really want to see, but we do have to hold on a minute, right? Like, there is, of course, as you were saying before, timing attacks that can come out from both sides.
Right. I mean, the matchup's pretty dynamic in that sense. Definitely, each of the races takes on different roles at different times. But this is sort of the game we were talking about before the best of 9 started, at least from Classic's perspective. Zerg, if they don't do something too aggro and specific, most of the time they're surveying and reacting. And so this is the game I think Classic is closest to being the best at.
Yes.
But again, even when he gets to play those games, Cyril is a very worthy opponent and very tough to stop. The second Oracle takes quite a bit of damage as well, only stunning 1 drone. Scouting the 4th base as 9 more, actually 11 more drones are about to hatch.
Baneling Nest is actually on the way here, so we might see Cyril try to get some Baneling speed going, like rolling in to get a little bit of damage. Possibly, you know, it could be like Baneling drops. Maybe he wants to go into like a Ling Bane Hydra type of composition. That's been kind of popular lately amongst the good Zerg players. And he does throw down that Hydralisk Den, so it does look like it'll be the latter.
So we've got Storm halfway done. And Storm is something that basically ensures that, you know, especially with things like Roaches and Ravagers, it's hard for them to ever get in there and do the damage they want to do. The 2 Oracles are doing a good job clearing out Creep Tumors. As long as they don't die, even if the health is low, they're still getting the job done.
Absolutely. Clearing a bit of creep here and there. Very, very nice so far.
So we've got Lings moving around the map right now. It's a quiet game. You know, there's not a whole lot happening, and that's because they are both powering up. We see a few more Lings moving out here. I don't think this is going to be able to do that much. When you see the gateways out here like this, over at that 3rd base, excuse me, because Protoss is on 4 bases, a lot of times Protoss is trying to make walls. They're like this cannon here. You're trying to defend that. You want to make sure that when the counterattacks come in, the cannon can get shots off. It's not going to be killed immediately. The Templars tucked behind the cannon can storm. You need to basically have a very good Sim City, as they would say in StarCraft, a good defensive setup with your structures so that you're barricaded into your base.
And that's going to be crucial because it is a Ling Bane Hydra composition coming out of Cyril. This is an attack that can come in and oftentimes clear out one of the bases, whether it's the 3rd or the 4th for Protoss. Looking at how Classic's playing it, he is getting his Stargates going, you know, adding in his charge upgrade. He's got the Robo now, so he's really trying to complete his tech tree.
And it's so important that you defend properly here as the Protoss. I mean, if you can defend this, if you can keep your bases alive. By the way, we have a Drop Overlord set up here. Cyril's the master at hitting a ton of locations at once. Yeah. We've seen this before. So he's going to have 4 Drop Overlords total. And it's going to be about Classic trying to defend here, parry the next attack, ensure the main is safe, and try to keep all of that critical infrastructure and expansions alive.
He barely missed those three and the other one. Just barely did not see them. If he had scouted any of those, this would be much harder to pull off. But right now, Serral has the element of surprise on his side.
So he's got 4 Overlords with Lings to drop in the main. He has Banelings ready, I believe, to drop into the expansion as there's going to be a hit squad over here of Lings and Banes and Hydras to hit the 4th. So this is really a game about having your opponent's screen in the wrong spot. If you don't respond to this perfectly, you could take fatal damage at any one of these 3 locations.
Yeah, this could go badly for Classic, but if he can block it all, if he can keep his high Templar count high, he'll be at an advantage.
Remember, there's a huge gas dump here on these Banelings. He's going to storm some of these. That's going to be a big deny. That's a lot less damage, but still a lot more Bane's going to try to come in now.
Boy, really great defense so far, but now the Lings being dropped. You can see in the picture-in-picture in the main base, a lot being dropped in there. Makes a couple of Archons. Okay, the Banelings do roll through, and they're going to kill a few probes here, but so far, he is holding. Now, here comes another Overlord with Banelings into that 3rd base location, and 32 probes have fallen, but Classic still has 55.
The problem is these Lings are doing so much damage in the main with 32 workers killed. And remember that 4th base Nexus, it's very much softened. It's a very bruised Nexus, so another attack in there could end up wiping it out.
Yeah, and he is coming back for another attack as well. Ling Hydra just going to go up and target it down. Bad news here for Classic as he loses his 4th base.
And he doesn't overextend. Serral decides to pull back. And that, between those two, oh my god, he's going to wind up and do another one here as well. So he's going to macro up. Serral nearly maxed out. Classic's ready to defend this, but Serral's going to rotate towards the 4th. Now, we talked about the barricaded position. He's got it. Okay, he's ready for this. Is he watching? He's going to unload, and Classic wasn't targeting.
Okay, yeah, he kills a couple of them, but a lot of those get out. Now Baneling's rolling into that 3rd base location. He's going to kill even more probes. 12 probes fall, and the 3rd Nexus likely to go down now as well.
And with this Nexus falling, it's hard to imagine that there's any way that Classic can survive, and Serral, being careful, backs up. He's not going to overextend once more.
Oh my gosh, Serral is so close right now to a 3rd World Championship. Is he going to be able to close Classic out? Classic's starting to push forward. He has a lot of Archons in here. They can do well against the Ling Bane, but there's a lot of Hydras in there as well. He slows them down. He does pick one off. Overall, a good trade for Classic, but Classic is way behind in supply right now.
That's right. Some regrouping here from Classic. Now, he's gotten a lot of his tech up. Archons are going to be very helpful with the Templars. It's a little bit harder to actually get in there and do that damage. But the growth on Serral's side of the map, the fact that he's gone untouched, uninterrupted, as he continues to become a powerhouse in this game. Classic scrambling, trying to get back on his feet, as we see Serral is going to wind up here for another attack. Not even a Nexus here to deny, but why not come in and do a little bit more damage?
Oh man, the Banelings roll in. He does block those very, very well, but this little attack getting into his natural, I mean, you can't be losing anything right now as Classic. You really have to rebuild your economy, not take more damage.
More Lings coming in here into the main. It's just getting worse and worse here for Classic. He's just not able to put out all these fires as Serral is throwing so many things at him at once.
Serral is causing more problems than Classic can deal with at the moment. He brings up some Zealots to help clear out some of these Zerglings that were in there. He does have a lot of static defense. Looks like we have more tech coming up from Serral as well, though. Lurkers on the way, Spire coming up, Adrenal Glands. He can get into Broodlords eventually. Not looking good for our Protoss.
And this is a very good way to finish off the Protoss that's this behind, is you set up every kind of tech, and maybe you throw everything at the Protoss and then look at what they've got and go, okay, I'll make the units that counter that, and you close out the game.
All right, Lurkers coming up to attack into this newer base. He has started another Nexus at the other location, but can he clear these Lurkers? The Lurkers repositioning slightly as he sees Classic trying to leave.
The Lings are going to come in again. There's just nothing to defend. Any overstepping here by Classic is going to be a lot of damage eaten up over here. The Nexus denied once more. Protoss barely on 3 bases as we see Serral hitting this location as well.
Almost nothing left here for Classic. He might end up losing that base. That's basically the only place he's mining off of. Very few mineral patches in his main and natural left over. Yeah, that Nexus is going to go down. Classic with a counterattack. This is his last chance in this tournament.
The Lurker's going to shimmy up here. And this is going to be a position where Classic can't push through. He's going to try to do some damage, but the army supply is just so high here for Cyril. This is a Hail Mary play here from Classic.
A lot of Side Storms going down. The Lurker's very, very clumsy, so he is getting good damage there, but I don't know that his damage output is high enough. Ling's coming up for the surround. Lurker's burrow as well. Classic letting out a breath there as he knows that his chances are just about gone.
That's right. GG. Cyril has done it, defeating Classic 5-2.
Unbelievable play here from the now 3-time world champion. There is no denying it. This is the greatest player in the world, Cyril.
An incredible series there. I thought Classic put up a great fight, but at the end of the day, you could just see that Cyril was too complete, had too much of a deep understanding of the tricky stuff Classic threw at him, as well as the macro play. He was able to go toe-to-toe with Classic there too.
This was just beautifully done by Cyril, finishing Classic off with multi-pronged drops as well as an attack. There was nothing left for Classic to do. He tried to counterattack, but Cyril was too strong.
An incredible series. He has done it. He has overcome all odds, and he will now take his key and place it here and cement his place in history. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Cyril. He is your 2025 EWC StarCraft 2 World Champion.
Cyril, an incredible performance. Once again, you are our world champion. 2 games, though, Classic took off you. We saw your heart rate soar to numbers that we haven't seen throughout this whole tournament. Did you ever think that you would not be standing here at the end of today?
To be honest, after a 2-0 start, I was extremely confident, and the couple hiccups didn't bother me too much.
Glad to hear it.
Cyril, 3 years since you've been crowned a world champion. Your 3rd world championship title. The undisputed greatest player in the history of StarCraft 2. Tell me, how does it feel?
It feels absolutely fantastic. This is what I came for, and this is what I got, so it's the best feeling in the world.
That's honestly incredible. Now, one more question for you. 3 keys to choose to add to your trophy. Who are you choosing? You can't choose Clem. You didn't beat him. You had to beat him to take his key. So who would you choose out of the rest of the competitors at the Esports World Cup?
Well, I feel like I only beat 5 people, so there isn't that many options, but I'd like to get Classic's key and Kur's key, and I don't want to take Rainer's key just because he's my teammate, so I'll have to go with Gabe then, because he's the last one left.
Fantastic. Now again comes the day of the king. You should be well familiar, Cyril, with how to do this by now. Hold your trophy high as I present to you the 2025 Esports World Cup StarCraft 2 World Champion, Basilisk Cyril.
Four days ago, that man said to me, it's time for the return of the true world champion. And he has not only claimed 1, he has not only claimed 2, he has now claimed 3 world championships in StarCraft 2. Was it a foregone conclusion in our best of 9 grand finals here, as Classic did fight back? Classic did try tricks Classic did try everything he could to deal with Serral, but it was not enough. The greatest of all time is now a 3-time world champion.
His legacy just continues to grow, Kalaris. And I'm not talking about SC2 legacy, because that was already as big as it is.
True.
We're talking as an esports player overall. What
Agreed.
this man is doing is just absolutely unbelievable. A BlizzCon champ, a 2-time Katowice champ, and now also an esports World Cup champion. He had to dig deep, he had to play incredibly well against the guy that took him down not even 2 months ago, but Serral is just so incredibly complete. There is nothing the man cannot do. He's good with the links, he's good with the roaches, he's good with the high drops, fantastic with the spellcasters, lurkers, link drops, multitasking. We've seen it all, the whole Zerg arsenal. Serral is truly one of a kind.
And what's amazing about his wins is that it always feels like there is something that should be going against him. There's something about the maps, you know, how difficult they are in TVZ. There's something about where Protoss' state is. There's something about, hey, non-Koreans can't win a global championship. And he continues to not even care. He comes in, he dominates in every matchup and every place that every other Zerg player says, it's too hard, I can't quite do it. Serral shows how it's done.
You're right.
Hello guys.
请说。请说。工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？发生了什么？坏消息。坏消息吗？工程车准备完成。请说。发生了什么事了？
需要更多的补给站啦！
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。尾随在后。坏消息吗？请说。工程车准备完成。尾随的。你吓到我了！重要工作，工程车准备完成。请说，请说，坏消息吗？你吓到！
金矿不足。
尾随在后。重要，尾随在后。发生了什么事了？
指挥中心升级完成。
你吓到我了！收到，请说。知道了。
请着死神来了。
坏消息吗？好，是。工程车准备完成。
我们的太空工程车受到攻击。
请说。
冲！你有什么能让我？
工程车准备完成。
没有什么我不能处理的，在路上了，我正在听。干嘛？你要什么？
工程车准备完成。
对死神感到惧怕吧？放手！
重要
不能盖在那里。
这值多少？
工程车准备完成。
搞定，当然。
工程车准备完成。
指挥中心升级完成。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。
附属建筑完工。
工程车准备完成。你准备？我的工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。
你没有足够。
工程车准备完成。哪里？说吧。工程车准备完成。说吧，老板。工程车准备完成。我在准备好在地狱狂欢吧。工程车准备完成。
需要更多高能网，指挥中心升级完成。
我在等你说。工程车准备完成。
引擎正在思考。
工程车准备完成。
附属建筑完成。
工程车准备完成。谁说？准备好在地狱狂欢吧！发生了，尾随。坏消息吗？工程车准备完成。你吓到我了！准备好在工程车准备完成。油门踩到底了！工程车准备完成。
引擎正在思考。
工程车准备完成。
净空降落区域。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。能量。
工程车准备完成。说吧，老板。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
引擎正在思考。
把它点燃吧！油加，准备好在地狱狂欢吧！真的。工程车准备完成。
附属建筑完工。
重要工作是吧？准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车
需要更多的补给站，需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放啊？
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
不能盖在那里。补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
尾随着。
需要更多的补给站。
引擎正在思考。
重要工作是吧？说吧，把它点燃吧！
需要更多高能瓦斯。开富矿的时候到了，金矿场采光了。开富矿。高能瓦斯不够了。
工程车准备完成。
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
说吧，老板。工程车准备完成。
高能瓦斯不足。
油炸弹可以出发了。
你的太空工程车要被打爆了啦！
秀出你最厉害的一招吧！
工程车准备完成，工程车准备完成。
那是什么？我没办法。
准备好在地狱狂，
需要更好一倍的风。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
说吧，准备出动。我们，
你准备好了，把它点燃吧！
高能瓦斯不够了，
尾随在后，
油加满，可以出发了。
附属建筑完工。
随便啦。马上
包在我身上。
说吧。
需要更多高能瓦斯。开引擎正在4号。
准备出动。
我在等你说。
高能瓦斯不足。金矿耗尽了。
你吓到我了！
油加满，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
需要更多高能瓦斯。金矿没了，看来要打到后期了。金矿场采光了，希望你有开副矿。
你是老板。
什么事？讯息接收中。需要更多高能瓦斯，开副矿的时候到了。可以进行。金矿耗尽了。确认完成。无人机上来连开。高能瓦斯不足。
油加满，
金矿没了。高能瓦斯不够了。需要更多高能瓦斯。敌人在骚扰你的太空工程车。
说吧，秀出你最厉害的。
了解了。讯息。需要更多高能瓦斯。开副矿的时候到了。什么事？高能瓦斯不足。引擎正在4号。升级成功。手啊手！随时可以开火。闪电在进攻。无人机上来连开。
局局。守成这样，对方怎么敢？对方敢冲，我看一下对方怎么冲的。敢冲我坦克阵啊，兄弟！两攻一防的机械化。
没礼貌，居然攻击你的工虫，这才叫做 BM。你和敌人交战，提高手速啦！
看他来冲我，他这个喷卵喷的很扎实。
金矿场采光了，希望你有开
刺蛇。
金矿没了，看来要打到后期了。
转飞龙哦。
重开流遭到攻击。
晚上吧，费。
策略不错哦。你的部队遭受攻击。
跟直接跳，没得打，GG。晚上好 ，Sarah 在啊。看一下，等一下，打几场要去洗澡，休息一下。
工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？啊！重要工作是谁？工程车准备完成。啊！喂，发生了什么？谁说？重要坏消息啊！
需要更多的补给站啦！你不能盖在那里。
是，喂。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。谁说？啊！你吓到我了！啊！发生了。工程车准备完成。谁？发生了什么？啊！啊！你是重要工作是吧？准备完成。
需要更多高能瓦斯，开富矿的时候到了。
谁说重要工作是吧？发生了什么事？谁说好？尾随，坏消息！啊！你吓到我了！重要。
指挥中心升级完成。
啊！坏消息吗？你是老
无情的死神来了。
谁说？工程车准备完成。
你不能盖在那里。
哟，啊！你吓到我了！
干嘛？
工程车准备完成。
让开，要通过了。
好的，对死神感到惧怕吧？同意。没有什么我不，这值多少？
工程车准备完成。
放手一搏，的确如此。
发生了什么事？啊！工程车准备完成。好的。
金矿不足。
工程车准备完成。尾随在后。
附属建筑好了，降落程序中断。
谁说？工程车准备完成。重要工作是。
指挥中心升级完成。
你到底要不要下命令啊？
工程车准备完成。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！是指
附属建筑完工。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。说，工程车准备完成。工程车准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。哪里有热闹啊？工程车准备完成。我有大麻烦了。
你不能盖在那里。
你准备好了吗？我在等你说。工程车准备完成。
引擎正在思考。
兄弟们，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？
需要更多
让开，要通过了。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
你没有足够的能量不足。
嗨，也向你问好。我在。
工程车准备完成。
什么事？
谁说？
指挥中心升级完成。
引擎正在思考。
工程车准备完成，尾随在后。
附属建筑完工，研发结束。这招鹰霸很久了，
没问题。好，
发生了什么？工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？
什么事？绝对没。讯息接收中，随时可以开火，可以进行。
准备。
奋斗的绩效，引擎正在思考。是的，好吧。我会享受清楚明了。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
什么事？
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！谁说？啊！坏消息！工程车准备完成，
油加满，可以出发了。
工程车准备完成，工程车
附属建筑完工，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！哪里比较热闹啊？
引擎正在思考。
工程车准备，我有大麻烦了。当然了，
准备出动。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！尾随在后。坏消息吗？
准备接机吧。
油加满，可以出发了。
发生了什么事了？
准备出动。
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！谁说？
金矿不足，附属建筑
引擎正在思考。讯息接收中，涡轮机效能。
油加满，可以出发了。
我们
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
金矿
准备出动。
求救！求救！
油加满，可以出发了。
工程车准备完成。
高能瓦斯不够了。
重要工作是吧？发生了什么事？工程车准备完成。
说吧，小吴。
工程车准备完成。
升级完成。
啊！坏消息！工程车准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
引擎正在思考。
谁说？
清楚明了。
你上！
油加满，可以出发了。
金矿耗尽了，需要更多能量。金矿不足。我们需要更多金矿。
坏消息吗？
你没有足够的金矿。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
准备出动。
高能瓦斯不足，金矿指挥中心升级完成。
包在我身上，可以出发了。
工程车准备完成，
竭尽所能。我们准备接机了。大声点！准备。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
油加
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
高能瓦斯不够了。
无名，那是什么？我们说吧。
高能瓦斯不足。
包在我身上。
还有火力支援吗？
需要更多高能瓦斯。开富矿的时候到了。
让我们秀出你最厉害的一招吧。
老板，
说，那是什么？我会竭尽所能。
啊！
金矿没了。
雷神，
准备好，
我继续放手。
命令，我等不及了。
雷神在此。
需 需要更多高能瓦斯，
随时可以开火。
你准备好了吗？怎么了？
雷神在，
我继续放手。
够了，
尾随在后。
你不能盖在那里。
大声点，输！
清楚明了。
高能瓦斯不足，
发生了什么事了？
金矿耗尽了，金矿没了，看来要打到后期了。
雷神在，
金矿场采光了，希望你有开副矿。
你的决定。
包在我身上。
雷神在，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
需要更多高能瓦斯。金高能瓦斯不够了，基地受到攻击了。
雷神在，
星海长官，
我在这里，
重要攻，
我可是，
我没
保护我，雷神在此，
输吧。
尾随在后，在地狱，
你的太空工程车要被打爆了，不能盖在那里。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
需要更多能量，你是不是开自动？我们需要
雷神在此，
能量不足，
目标，消除你最。
雷神在此，
金矿没了，看来要打到后期了。你不能盖在那里。指挥中心升级完成，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成，
需要更多金矿。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
宝，那是消除你最。
哪里比较热闹啊？把它点燃吧！
雷神在此，
金矿不足，
准备好加入战争。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
好，我们
重要工作是吧？
目标在哪？说吧，
说吧，
消除你最厉害的一招吧。
我们的太空工程车受到攻击，基地遭到攻击。
我没办法，那是什么？
雷神在此，让我回
不能盖
去战斗。
在那里。
请说。
金矿
啊，
不能盖在那里。你没有足够的金矿。
雷神在此，
包在我身上。
重要工
金
作是
矿不足，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
那是什么？
生来就是为了战斗。
我没办法轻易的，我继续放手。
雷神在此，
升级让你们的敌人在骚扰你的太空工程车。
好的，尾随在后，我有大麻烦了。
我们的太空工程车受采光了，希望你有开副矿。
雷神在此，
金矿，你知道敌人在攻
啊，
击
战况越来越火热了。
清楚明了。信息接收到。
感觉雷
游侠们可以出发了。
你没有足够的金矿，
油门踩到，还有火力支援吗？
怎么了？
需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？
准备出动。
尝尝我的厉害！
说吧，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
那是什么？包在我身上，我继续放手。目标在。游侠们可以出发了。
工程车准备完成。啊！你吓到我了！尾随在后啊！工程车准备完成。请说，出发！重坏消息吗？请尾随在后。啊！啊！你重要攻
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
请说。工程车准备完成。啊！工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？
有没开麦吗？
工程车准备完成。工程车准备
需要更多高能瓦斯，开富矿的时候到了。
尾随在后。重要工作。坏消息吗？发生了什么事？
指挥中心升级完成。
无情的死神来了，搞定。好的，这只
工程车准备完成。
对，我正在听。干嘛？你有什么内容？死亡降临。我这对死神感到
工程车准备完成。
死亡，你有什么能让我宰杀吗？在路上了，很公平。的确如此，我出完了。
工程车。
哦，宝贝。
坏消息。
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
干嘛？这我正在听。对死神感到惧怕吗？没有什么我不能处理的。我们完蛋了。同意。
让开，要出货了。
你有什么？死亡降
工程车准备完成。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
当然，我出发了，我出发。
工程车，
冲！
对死神，
尾随在后，准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
干嘛？
让开，要出货了。
紧急起飞就绪。哪里发生了紧急状况？
这值多少？
听候你的差遣。
谁要一些？你到底要不要下命令啊？
附属建筑完工。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
啊！你吓到我了！
附属建筑完工。
尾随在后。
令人难忘的空。
按照号码排好，这最好是好消息。
准备好出发了吗？已到。
你有什么能让我宰？
工程车准备完成。
我正在听。
准备出动。
需要更多的补给站。
干嘛？你有？
需要更多的补给站啦！
我出发了。这值多少？对死神感到惧怕吗？
引擎正在自耗。
有。谁要一些？按照号码排好。
有炸弹，可以出。
金矿不足，
问题。亲，
你没有足够的金矿。
冲！
我会享受这个的。闪电，信息接收中。
研发结束，这招一般很。
谁要一些？
是的，了解了。我在听。准备接机了。
这最好是好事。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站，
随时可以开。嗨，也向你问好。什么事？
整装待发。
准备接机。
游侠们可以出发了。想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
清楚明了。讯息。嗨，也向。
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？需要更多的补给站。
工程车准备完成。
冲！
说吧。什么事？
需要更多的补给站啦。
准备接机了。取得目标，引擎正在4号。运行中。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。我们需要更多金矿。
尾随在。
清楚明。
你没有足够的金矿。
这。信息接收中。求救了！求救了！
需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放？能量不足。
是。坏消息。
按照号码排好，兄弟们。这最好是好事。再等。
金矿靠近了。
准备出动。让开，要通过了。没问题。再等你的指令。谁要一些？听到了。想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
金矿没了，看来。
我们这里需要点帮忙。准备出动。了解上来，要通过了。冲！再等你的指令。
引擎正在4号。
急了。我们这里需要点帮忙。
尾随在后。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
非常清楚。
谁要一些？
部署建筑好了，也太久了吧？
再等。按照号码排好，兄弟们。当然可以。我继续拉上。最好是好事。
金矿场采光了。
再等你的指令。
尾随在。指出。工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？坏消息吗？尾随在后。指出。工程车准备完成。指出。发生了什么？
需要更多的补给站啦。
程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。重要。坏消息吗？工程车准备完成。请说。是。工程车准备完成。重要工作。发生了什么事了？请说。尾随在。
指挥中心升级完成。
发生了什么？
对死神感到死亡。
工程车准备完成。
干嘛？这值多少？我正在。你有什么能让我正在。
工程车准备完成。
干嘛？你要什么？死亡降临。
工程车，
我们完蛋了。你有什么能让我宰杀吗？同意，这值多。对死神感到惧怕吧？好的。
工程车准备完成，准备好在地狱狂欢吧。
你有什么能？这值多少？我正在。干嘛？你要什么？的确如此。
需要更多的补给站。
整装待发。
好的，准备好在地狱狂欢吧。工程车准备完成。
想尝尝我的厉害吧，小子！
工程车准备完成。
来绕后。
死亡。干嘛？你要什么？
准备好在地狱狂欢吧。
紧急指挥就绪。
你到底
哪里发生了紧急状况？
这最好是好消息。
准备好出发了吗？
说吧，老板。
附属建筑完工。
对死，你有什么能让我宰杀吗？
放你下来。
附属建筑完工。
收到。说吧。
我正在听。
现在是怎么样？听候。
这值多少？我出发了，我出发了。
想尝尝我的厉害吧，小子！
干嘛？你要什么？哦，就这样。
准备出动！来吧！
你有什么能让我宰杀吗？
留下。
这。
说吧。
我有大麻烦了。
要通过了。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
准备好出发了吗？引擎正在4号，预计于1分钟后。
想尝尝我的
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？
什么事？
冲！
啊！
这最好是好消息。准备出动！谁要离席？
老一辈的都研发这招哎。
让开，要通过了。
我们需要更多金矿。
进行中，随时可以开火。
冲！
我在听。好吧，愤怒的惊笑，取得目标。了解了。
想尝尝我的厉害吧，小子！好的，你到底要不要下命令？
请说。
这最好是好消息。收。
需要更多金矿，这堆石头可以用吗？
谁要一些？
令人难忘。
按照号码排好，
金矿不拆迁。
我们需要更多金矿。
清楚明了。
金矿不足，需要更多金矿。
准备出动。让开，要通过了。再等。
讯息接收。
尝尝我。
GG。
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？
工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？没问啊？坏消息吗？尾随在后。请说。工程车准备完成。请说。尾随在后。
需要更多的补给站。
发生了什么事了？啊！坏消息！工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。你上！尾随在后。工程车准备完成。
敌人在骚扰你的太空工程车。
请说，马上行动，重要工作是吧？你上了我了！尾随在后。好的，你的决定。啊？坏消息吗？发生了。请说。
指挥中心。
是吧？
无情的死神来了，我正在听。对死神。
工程车准备完成。
干嘛？你有什么？这值多少？
工程车准备完成。
我正在听，在路上。干嘛？死亡！
工程车准备完成。
好的，对死神。这值多少？我出发了。你有什么？
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧。
工程车准备完成。
没有什么我不能处理的。
狂欢吧！
能量不足。
同意。
日上三竿了。
我正在听。
谁要一些？在等你的指
息吗？
我正在听。
按照号码排好。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
死亡降临！想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
哪里比较热？
对死神感到这局。
附属建筑完工。
收到。
让开，要通过了。
了解。
附属建筑完工。
令人难忘的空中体验就在这里。
你有什么能让我宰杀？
准备好。
干我完蛋了！
好吧。
神光绽放。
我在等你说。
说吧。
这最好是好事。
监控仪拆解。
热闹。 把它点燃吧！
准备出动！
欺诈！
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
注！发生了坏消息！
令人难忘。现在
神光绽放！
有人可以带我离开这条混乱。引擎正在4号，进行中。 好，
你没有足够的金矿，
包在我身上。
需要更多金矿。
这最好是好消息。
有人可以带我离开。
有家们可以出发。冲！
尾随在后。
嗨，讯息接收中，涡轮机效能全开。
你没有足够的金矿。
清楚明了。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？你到底要不要下命令？
坏消息吗？
待放。再等。
我在听。
需要一些。
金矿不足。
什么事？准备接机吧。引擎正在。
这最好是好消息。你到底？再等。
研发完成。
让开，要通过了。
没问题，了解了。
这最好是好消息。按照号码排好。谁要一些？神光绽放！想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
讯息接收，准备接机。
冲！你到底？
清楚明了。
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？
我们这里需要点帮忙。你到底要不要下？想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
重要功夫！
谁要一些？按照号码排好，兄弟们。你到底要不要下？
尾随在后。
你的太空工程车已经爆了啦！
谁要一些？ 这最好是
记住，
按照号码，这最好在等你的指令。
需要更多能量。为什么？我们的太空工程车受到攻击。
按照号码，谁要一些？在等你的指令。你到底要不要下命令啊？
我们需要更多金矿。
现在怎么样？
冲！收到命令。没问题。谁要一些？哦耶！我这在。
GG。 Nice。
尾随在中。工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？你的请说，发生了什么事了？尾随在后，请说，工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？啊！你吓到我了啊！你是老板，重要工作。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。你没有足够的金矿。
工程车准备完成。
金矿不足。
工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？请说。啊！工程车准备。知道了。啊！尾。工程车准备完成。重要工作。坏消息吗？没问题。重要工。坏消息吗？请说。好的。随便啦。啊！发生了什么？坏。
指挥中心升级完成。
无情的死神来了。战争
重要工作是。
我正在听。
工程车准备完成。是的，长官。
干嘛？你要什么？这值多？
工程车准备完成。
对死神感。
尾随在后。
有什么？我正。
啊！重要。
这值多少？
部署建筑好了，也太久了吧？
死亡降临。
工程车准备完成。
好的。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
对死神感到惧。你有什么能让我宰杀吗？很公平。我出发了。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！发生了什么事了？
冲！想尝尝我的厉害吧，小子！
干嘛？你要什么？我们完蛋了。这值多少？搞定！
准备好在地狱狂。
紧急起飞就绪。现在是怎么样？
把它点燃吧。重要工作是吧？
谁要一些？
准备好出发。
附属建筑完工。需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？
听控。令人
说。
这最好是好消息。
日上三。冲！我在等你说。
我们这里需要点帮忙。
我有大麻烦了。说。哪里？
谁要一些？
准备出动。
听候你的。令人难忘的空中。 说吧。
让开，要通过了。
哪里？引擎正在嘶吼。准备好出发了吗？留下。
这最好是好消息，油夹们可以出发了。说吧，我想尝尝我的厉害吧，小子。
准备听。请讯息接收中，进行中。
冲冲冲！
记住，抢！
在等你的，排长。
嗨，我在听，了解了。
我们这里需要人帮忙。
有人可以带我离开这团混乱吗？引擎正在嘶吼。不会是金矿不足，你的采矿单位。
准备出动。
敌人需要更多金矿。工程车，
准备行动。
什么事？
让开。
你没有足够的金矿。嗨，接上你们，我在听。闪电般进攻。求救！求救！讯息接收中。
在等你的冲冲冲！没问题。按照号码排好。按照号码
准备点名。
油夹们可以出发了。
我在听。嗨，接下来什么量不足？清楚明了。讯息接收中。
按照号码排好。再等冲冲冲！真光待放。没拿到落花流水的感觉还不错吧？打开！你到底要不要？这最好是让开。
金矿不足。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
自动释放。
说吧。笑出你最厉害。让开，要通过了。
行。
按照号码真光待放。这最好是好消息。
能量不足。
我继续帮手。
引擎正在嘶吼。是不是该自动释放了？
冲冲冲！
讯息接收中。能量不足。清。
冲冲冲！
需要更多能量，你是不是该自动释放啊？
渡鸦已连线，
工程车准备完成。
立刻了解。
让开，要通过了。准备出动。
我在听。
工程师有理，随时为您扫描战场状态。您的命令是？
收到命。
待命中。
谁要一些？大声点，最好是好消息。听到了。
提出扫描战。
金矿没了，看来要把它补齐了。
工程师有随时为您的命令。工程提出您的。
赶紧。
发生了什么事？
不能盖在那里。
了解。
什么事？随时可以开火。涡轮机效能全开。是的，可以进行。清楚明了。
待命中，扫描战场，随时为您服务。指挥权限已登，您的命令提出您的需求，马上。待命中，提出您的。
让开，要通过了。想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？我们这里需要 点风炮！你到底在等你出炮？听到了。你到底要不要下？
工程师
部署
有
建筑完工，
配
金矿不足，
整装待
你的
发。
采矿单位饱和了吗？
按照号码排好。谁要一些？当然没问题。想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
随时
发生
提出您的命令是。
谁要一些？你到底要不要？在等你的。按照号。你到底要不要下命令？
坏消息，
整装待发。
发生了。
这最好是好消息。
你的太空工程车要被混乱了。
我想这套打法对神族胜率还蛮高的。TVZ
我们需要更多金矿。
工程车准备完成。是。
需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？
工程车准备完成。啊！记住，手重要工作是吧？
需要更多的补给站。
是。记住，工程车准备完成。
金矿不足。
尾随在后，发生了什么事了？坏消息！坏消息！工程车准备完成。重要。坏消息吗？记住啊！发生了什么事了？记住，工程车准备完成。记住，出发！工程车准备完成。
高能瓦斯不足。
啊！你吓到我了！
金矿不足，不能盖在那里。
尾随在，记住。
指挥中心升级完成，我们需要更多金矿。
知道了，你是老板。坏消息，
无情的死神。
敌人在骚扰你的太空工程车。
记住，
我们的太空工程车
工程车准备完成。啊！重要工作需要一些。工程车准备完成。
你有干嘛？你要什么？我这值多少？对死神感到你有什么能让我宰杀吗？搞定，很公平。哦，就这样，同意。
工程车准备完成。
放手，死亡降临。当然。
工程车准备完成。你吓到我了！
我正在干嘛？你要
工程
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
重要攻。
按照号码。在等你的
指挥中心升级完成。
神光待发。谁要一些？
你有？
在等你的指挥。按照号码排好。
工程车准备完成，准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备。
你没有足够的精华。
是的，长。工程车准备完成，请说。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！好吧，工程车准备完成。
同意。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
啊！
你有什么能让我对死神？
指挥中心升级完成。
当然好啦，工程车准备完成。
随时可以开火。
工程车。哪里比较热闹啊？尾随在后。
你不能盖在那里。
帅呆了，是这样吗？冲啊！
准备接机吧。
把它点燃吧。准备好在地狱我有大麻烦了。哪里？
引擎正在思考。讯息接收中。什么事？
谁说？
我在。
没事。喂。工程车准备完成。
姐向你问好。
发生了什么事了？
老一辈的都有。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
讯息接收中。
日上。
能量不足。
说吧，老板。啊！把它点燃吧，我在等你说。工程车准备完成。
你不能盖在那里。
工程车准备完成。
你的太空工程车要被打。
工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？尾随在后。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！你上去。
什么事？
是。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
引擎正在思考。嗨，我讯息接收中。涡轮机效能。准备。
工程车
附属建筑完工。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
可以进行。什么事？运行中，绝对没问题。我会完成的。好的。
工程车准备完成。
需要更多精华。
坏消息吗？
清楚明了。是的。
工程车准备完成。
金矿场采光了，希望你有开副矿。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。
金矿，你没有足够的金矿。
引擎正在思考。
工程车准备完成。
能量不足。
重要。
需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放啊？
请说。有。
金矿。
工程车准备完成。
能量不足，需要更多附属建筑好了，金矿场采光了，希望你有开副矿。金矿不足，我们需要更多金矿。
工程车准备完成。好的，尾随在后。发生了什么？工程车系统就绪，飓风飞弹者准备开始掠夺了。这下有你想杀谁？重要
基地遭到攻击，受到攻击。
准备开始掠夺了。
好的，哪里比较热闹？
什么事？基地受到攻击了。冷静一点，你没有足够。
光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
敌人在骚扰你的太空工程车。
你准备好了吗？是这样吗？好吧。遭遇敌人。
你知道敌人在攻击你的基地吗？
谁说？我是
快，准备开始掠夺了。变身系统啊！准备好。
我在等你说。我在听。好的，没问题。
马拉敌人。
清楚明。你知道敌人在攻击你的基地吗？
你准备好了吗？重要工作是吧？有。
求救！求救！求救！求救！讯息接收中。
意识太慢了。我刚才看到，干他的4瓦已经开了，看起来就是打飞龙点。打神族这招很好用，通常会先升盾牌20枪。什么意思啊？先升盾牌。刚才那个中南波怎么守成这样？
工程车准备完成。
建筑学都做了。
金矿不足。
坏消息，尾随在后。发生了什么？工程车准备完成。请说。啊！坏消息吗？尾随在后。啊！发生了什么事了？
需要更多的补给站啦！
尾随在。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成，请说。工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？啊！你杀了我！重要工作是吧？啊！工程车准备完成。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
喂，发生了什么事了？啊！坏消息吗？重要工，请说。马上行。坏消息。啊！
指挥中心升级完成。
重要工。喂啊！你杀了我了！
情的死神来了。
请说。发。工程车准备完成。喂，你吓到我了！坏消息吗？
死亡将。当然。干嘛？你要什么？
请说。
你有什么能让我宰杀吗？
工程车准备完成。
哦，宝贝。
重要。
我正在听。这值多少？在路上了。好的，对死神感到惧。死亡降临。干嘛？你要什么？
工程车准备完成。
需要更多高能瓦斯，开富矿的时候到了。
的确如此。
喂，工程车准备完成。
我们需要更多金矿。
你有什么能让我宰杀吗？我正在听。哦，在等你。
工程车准备完成，准备好在地狱狂。
金矿附属建筑好了，
准备好在地狱狂。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
死亡将。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！准备好在地狱。
需要更多金矿。
工程车准备完成。
哼，对死神。干嘛？这值多少？
工程车准备完成。
当然。
工程车准备完成。
放手一搏。
我在等你。
指挥中心升级完成。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！重要工作是吧？把它。
能量不足。
请说。喂。啊！
引擎正在。
工程车准备完成。日上三竿了，准备好在地狱狂欢吧！换上。
你没有足够的金矿。
工程车准备完成。重要。
什么事？返回中。
附属建筑完工。
绝对没问题。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。
我在听。我会完。引擎正在嘶吼。是的，随时来一
一辈子都研发这招哎。
工程车准备完成。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
净空降落区域，围堵一下好不好？
工程车准备完成。
什么事？上准备机。
工程车准备完成。出发。
天上有问好，清楚明了。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。
绝对没问题。
附属建筑完工。
好的，无人机上了。
需要。
工程车准备完成。日上三竿。
附属建筑完工。需要更多的补给站啦。
准备行动。准备完成。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
清楚明了。
我在等你说，准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
需要更多的补给站。
当然了，整天都可以。就这么做吧。哪里比较热闹啊？工程车准备完成。王者不息。工程车准备完成。把它点燃吧！我在准备好的。工 准备好在。
需要更多能量。
工程车准备完成。
秀出你最厉害的，说吧。
遇上。
引擎正在思考。
工程车准备完成。
准备出动。
是这样吗？准备。
油加满，可以出发了。
工程车准备完成。尾随在后。工程车准备完成。
大声点！
谁说？准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
准备出动！
部署见准好了，也太久了吧？
油加满，可以出发了。
引擎正在。
马上行动！
你不能盖在那里。
目标在。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！坏消息吗？
准备出动！油加满，可以出发了。准备出动！
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？
你准备好了吗？谁说？准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
引擎正在思考。
准备出动！
我们就这么做，日上三竿了。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
金矿耗尽了。
清楚明了。
秀出你！你到底要不要下命令啊？
指挥中心升级完成，金矿场采光了，希望你有开副矿。金矿没了，看来要打到后期了。
准备出！
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
金矿耗。
目标在哪？准备出动！
升级成功，手啊手！
是啊，长官。
准备好在。
你的太空工程车金矿没了，基地受到攻击了。冷静一点。
那是油加满，可以出发了。
收到。
目标在哪？秀出你最
什么事？
重要工作
高能瓦斯不够了，需要更。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
包在我没办法。准备出！
高能瓦斯不足，能量不足。
大声点！那是什么？秀出你最厉害的一招吧！那是什么？油加满，可以出发了。
金矿场采光了，需要更多高能瓦斯，需要更多能量。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
秀出你最厉害的一招！
受到攻击。
准备出动！
我生来就是个。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
大声点！准备出动！包在我身上。说吧。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
目标想要炸弹上
金矿没了，看来要打到后期了。金矿场采光，
油加满，可以出发了。
高能瓦斯不足，需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放啊？
工程车准备。
能量不足。
目标在哪？秀出包在我身，那是什么？
基地遭到攻击，需要更多能量。
我继续放手。
高能瓦斯不够。
准备出动！
准备好在
足。
说吧，老板。啊！你吓到我了！把它准备好在地狱狂欢吧。
金矿不足。
目标在哪？在地狱狂欢吧。日上三竿了。
我们需要更多金矿。需要你没有足够的金矿没了。
有家们可以出发了。交出！
我在等你。
说，
金矿场采光了，升级让你的单位变强了。能量不足。
工程车准备完成。
大声点！
需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放？
准备好在地狱狂。还有火力支援吗？
说吧。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
目标在哪？
重要工作是吧？
秀出你最厉害的一招吧！
金矿不足。
大声点！我没办法静静的坐着不动。
进通降落区域，金矿场采光了。希望你有开副矿。
蹑手蹑脚。
我们需要更多金矿。
有什么用？
想要炸弹什么？
地狱狂欢吧！
需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？
那是什么？
敌人在骚扰你的太空工程车。你的太空工程车快了。
目标。
走，我听。
金矿不足。
工程车
准备出动。夜点。
升级完成。你没有足够的金矿。金矿不足，瓦斯没了。真希望这游戏有高产量有缘。
说吧。
说吧，老板。
金矿不足，金矿没了，看来要打到后期了。金矿耗尽了。
有家们可以出发了。
敌人在骚扰你的太空工程车。
我继续放手。准备出动。保在我。大声点！
能量不足。
有家们可以出发了。那是什么？消除你！我没办法进。想守护。保在我身上。大声点！说吧。
坏消息吗？
消除啊！说吧。我没。那是什么？好的。大声点！
需要更多金矿。这堆石头需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放了？
重要工作是吧？
我们需要更多金矿。你没有足够的金矿。
我没。大声点！有家们可以出发了。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
那是什么？保在我身。
指挥中心升级完成。
说吧。消除你最厉害的目标在哪？
工程车准备完成。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！油门踩到底了。
我们需要更多金矿。我们的太空工程车受到攻击。
说，
那是什么？
把它点燃吧！我有大麻烦了。知道了。
需要更多金矿。
让我回。
那是什么？我没办法失去
基地遭到攻击，
我继续放手。好的，大声点。那是什么？想要炸弹什么吗？
啊，难打。凉了。盾牌，可是不能打针呢，多10滴血。20枪兵就多200滴。然后鲜奶。打机械化就是比较被动。但刚才如果说是走飞弹车的话，应该是有机会赢，因为对方刺蛇很软。干又要机械化了，冲突。
金矿不足，
重要工程车准备完成。好的。尾随，坏消息吗？请说。请说。工程车准备完成。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？
工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？工程车准备完成。尾随在后。工程车准备完成。坏消息，请说，发生了什么事了？重要工，请说，发生了什么事了？
高能瓦斯不够了。
有重要工。坏消息！发生了什么事了？请说，尾随在后。
怎么打到莫名的感动？
发生了什么事了？
指挥中心升级完成。
坏消息吗？你是老板。
无情的死神来了！
你吓到我了！请说，工程车准备完成。重要工作是吧？
你有什么能让我
这最好是好消息。
工程车准备完成。
的确如此，这死亡对死神感到惧怕吧？哦，就这样。哦，
工程车准备完成。
很公平。干嘛？你要什么？我出发了。搞定，当然。
请说，工程车准备完成。
我正在听，在路上对死神感到惧怕吧？
工程车准备完成。
死亡
尾随在后。
你有什么能让我宰杀吗？这值多少？干嘛？
工程车准备完成。
这值多少？我们完蛋了！我正在听。
指挥中心升级完成。
好的，我们完蛋了。对死神感到。
请说。
他这样怎么打？
工程车准备完成。
了吧？
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。没问题。
按照号码牌。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备好在地狱狂欢。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
工程车准备完成。
你到底要不要下？
工程车准备完成。啊！工程车准备完成。
指挥中心。
工程车准备完成，准备好在地狱狂欢吧！发生了什么事了？好。工程车准备完成。工程车人方待发。咱们就这么做吧。
补给没了。
工程车准备完成。换上。记住，啊！你吓到我了！哪里？
需要更多能量。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！油门踩到底了！工程车准备完成。我出发喽！准备好在地狱。
引擎正在思考。
研发完成。
啊！知道了，工程车准备完成。记住，工程车准备完成。
排长，
我在等你。
这最好是好消息。谁要？
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？
你不能盖在那里。
啊！你吓到我了！坏消息，工程车准备完成。
附属建筑完工。
引擎正在。
工程车准备。
你不能盖在那里。
求救！求救！好吧，随时可以开火。
工程车准备完成。
好的，进行中。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。
天谴降临。
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
确认完成，随时可以开火，绝对没问题。
高能瓦斯不够了，金矿场采光了。
准备好在地狱。
你不能盖在那里。
啊！重要。工程车准备完成。记住，
你不能盖在那里。
油加满，可以出发了。工程车准备完成。光学瞄准。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
准备。工程车准备完成。发生了什么事？工程车准备完成。中。坏消息吗？工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。你是老板，就是准备好在地狱狂欢吧！记住，工程车准备完成。
高能瓦斯不足，你没有足够的金矿，能量不足。
我正在进行。
我没决定。
我在听。
需要更多高能瓦斯，开富矿的时候到了。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
金矿不足。
引擎正在思考。
高能瓦斯不足。
光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？需要更多高能瓦斯。高能瓦斯不够了，金矿没了。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
需 需要更多高能瓦斯。开封矿
光学瞄准器就是。
金矿耗尽了，高能瓦斯指挥中心升级成功，副手建设完工。高能瓦斯不够了，
准备好在地狱，
引擎正在思考。
需要更多高能瓦斯。开库矿的时候研发完成，高能瓦斯不足，
系统就绪，飓风飞弹车，
指挥中心升级完成。
光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
你知道敌人在攻击你的基地吗？
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！我有大麻烦了，就绪，飓风飞弹车准备行动。
基地受到攻击了。
瞄准器就绪，准备
基地受到攻击了。
系统就绪，敌人。
高能瓦斯不够了，
发生了什么事？
我在听。
你吓到我了！重要工就是吧。飓风飞弹车准备行动，工程车准备完成。光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
光学瞄准器就绪，工程车准备。
高能瓦斯不足，需要更多高能瓦斯。需要更多能量。高能瓦斯不够了，研发结束，这招研发很久了。
我没办法进。
需要更多高能瓦斯。进攻降落场。
系统就绪，飓风飞弹车准备行动。光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。工程准备好在地狱狂欢吧！命中之场，决定好目标了吗？系统就绪，准备好在地狱狂欢吧！准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
高能瓦斯不够了，
光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
金矿场采矿，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！坏消息吗？后续良好，老板。你吓到我了！决定好系统就绪，飓风飞弹车准备行动。光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
引擎正在思考。
遭受攻击。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
我知道了。飓风飞弹车遭遇敌人了。
金矿耗尽了。金
准备好，光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。决定好，系统就绪，飓风飞弹车准备行动。秀出你准备开地狱狂欢吧！
金矿耗尽了。
GG nice。Amazing， 飞弹车就是 OP。飞弹车真的超 OP。 Again？ 来啦，这场打完先休息一下，洗个澡，休息一下，缓一下。
需要更多金矿，这堆石头可以用吗？
工程车准备完成，知道了。好的。坏消息吗？你下来。发生了什么事？执着，工程车准备完成。坏消，发生了什么事了？啊？重要工作是吧？
需要更多的补给站啦。我们需要更多金矿。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。啊！工程车准备完成。重要工。执着。工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？
金矿不足，我们需要更多金矿。
这最好是好消息。
需要更多金矿，这堆石头指挥中心升级完成。
执着。
在等你的指令。
坏消息吗？
按照号码排好，兄弟。冲！让开，要通过了。
工程车准备完成。
整装待发，谁要一些？整装的。按照号码。在等你的指令。这最好是好消息。在等你的指令。
发生了什么？工程车准备
刺激的。
你到底要不要下命令啊？
附属建筑完工。
工程车准备完成。
你没有足够的金矿。
工程车准备完成。
这最急，谁要一些？
附属建筑完工。
尾随在后。工程车准备。
指挥中心
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！你准备？
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？你没有足够的金矿。
听起来日上三竿啊！
按照。
我在等你说。工程车准备完成。啊！准备好在地狱狂欢吧！说吧，老板。工程车准备完成。冲！请说，知道了。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？尾随在后。工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？工程车准备完成。
指挥中心升级完成。
工程车准备完成。
这最好是好消息。谁要一些？
工程车准备完成。
整装待发。
工程车准备完成。
能量不足。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
然后没转。
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
不应该送。
研发结束，这招阴霸很久了。
是。
我们需
想尝尝我的
需要更多能量。你是不是开自动释放啊？
好，坏消息吗？
装待发。
重要工作是吧？
让开，要突破了。
啊！
能量不足。
请说。
紧急起飞就绪。
谁要一些？
附属建筑完工。
留下还是离开？放你下来。
这最好是好消息。
高能瓦斯不足。
出发。
听候你的指令。
需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？金矿不足。
想尝尝我的厉害吗？
能量不足。研发完成。
谁要一些？
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？金矿不足，你的采矿单附属建筑完工。
听到了，上来过了。整装待发。
啊！收到，请说。
需要更多能量，你是不是开自动释放啊？
按照号码排好。
能量不足。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
你没有足够的金矿。
工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
金矿需要更多能量。
这最好是好消息。
谁要一些？
需要更多金矿。
让开，要突破了。
工程车准备完成。
我们需要更多金矿。需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？
整装待发。
金矿场采光了。
工程
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？
别动，再等。谁要一些？让开，要突破了。
这最好是好消息。
整装待发。
需要更多的补给站。
带头。
需要更多的补给站啦。金矿不足，升级完成。需要更多能量。你是不是开自动？需要更多的补给站。我们需要更多金矿。
那是。
这最好是好。
再等。
金矿没了，看来要打到后期了。
再等你的指令。我们这里需要点帮忙。是，长官。咱们就这么做吧。大开杀戒。
现在就走吧，我听到了。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
啊！
需要更多的补给站啦。
整装待发。谁要一些？
需要更多的补给站。
按照号。别动。再等这里需要点帮忙。
金矿靠近了。你的太空工程车要被打爆了啦！
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
我们这里需要点帮忙。
工程车准备完成。
拒绝。主播，我没有，我偶尔啦，我不会放张啊。没有，他这个重组好像是都打刺蛇，以刺蛇为主。刚来就喊 Z， 喊 Z 很强。想说前面都打机械化，不然后面转生化，第3场打生化。我今天是台湾孤密猴，台湾孤密猴，机械化专家。孤密猴的 TVT 超强，专打机械化。等一下，每次都说这场打完要先休息一下，洗个澡再来打，怎么又按开始了？好，这场结束。
你没有足够的金矿。
工程车准备完成。随便尾随在。坏消息吗？工程车准备完成。请说。发生了什么事了？你吓到我了！
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
工程车准备完成。你下了。重要工作是，请说。工程车准备完成。你的决定。工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？发生了什么事了？工程车准备完成。
我们需要更多金矿。你知道敌人在攻击你的基地吗？
请说。尾随在。
无情的死神来了！
指挥中心升级完成。
我这死亡降临！你有什么能让我宰杀？干嘛？
工程车准备完成。
这值多？对死神感到惧怕吧？我正在。
工程车准备完成。
好的，对死神感到惧
部署建筑好了，也太久了吧？
工程车准备完成。
你有什么能让我宰？这值多少？死亡降！
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
谁要一些？
需要更多的补给站啦！
我出发了，干嘛？你要什么？
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。
你不
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
准备好在地狱狂欢。
紧急起飞就绪。
你到底要不要下？
哪里发生了？
你准备好了吗？重要工作发生了什么事了？
这最好是好
What the hell？
附属建筑
工程车准备完成，把它点燃吧。
准备好出发了吗？
日上三竿了，油门踩到底了。哪里比较热闹啊？
哎，
在等你的指令，我等不及了。到底要不要下命令啊？没问题，没问题。
工程车准备。
哪里发生了紧急状况？确认，收到。
这最好是好消息。
留下还是离开？
准备，想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
啊！
现在是怎么样？
你到底
说吧。
人装待发，按照后
准备开始。
让开，要通过了。
需要更多金矿。这堆石头，
我们这里需要点帮忙。谁要一些？在等你。冲冲冲！路人装待发，冲冲冲！哈哈，这最目标按照号码排好。谁要？游侠们可以出发。这最好是想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
准备开始掠夺了。
按照说。在等你的指令，让开，
哎，
秀出你最厉害的一。你到底要不要下？
需要更多能量。
干就没打，干他那船没打掉。
金矿场采光了，希望你有开副矿。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？按照号码排。
看他现在，啊，
人装待发。
发生了什么事了？
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？
准备开始掠夺了。
系统就绪，飓风飞弹车准备
让开，要通过了。
坏消息，
他下2矿。
金矿不足，你没有足够的金矿。
收到。让开，要通过。
工程车准备完成，没问题。
这最好是好消息。是，长官。
光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
你到底要不要下？
是。
在等你的指。
通讯良好。
谁要一些？
准备开始掠夺了。
按照号码排好。
需要更多的补给站。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？你到底要不要下命令啊？哈哈，真精彩！秀出你最厉害！谁要一些？
能量不足。
让开，要通过了。这最好是好消息。在等你的指令。按照号码排好，兄弟们。
需要更多能量。
哎，干，这太 OP 了吧！ 偷啊，偷航母啊！God shit！ 要那第一船过去空投双线的时候，每次边队2都很难控。边队就是要甩他的那个枪兵啊，就甩我枪兵去打他的那个坦克局就对了。
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？你没有足够的金矿。
记住，工程车准备完成。收到。
我们需要更多金矿。金矿不足，
工程车准备完成。记住，收到。
需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？
尾随在。发生了什么？工程车准备完成。重要工啊！发生了什么事了？记住，重要工。
我走神族如果打 VS 的话，我胜率其实蛮低的，胜率不高。有人推荐怎么打吗？
金矿不足，你的
对啊，很难打。对啊，不好打。对啊，你还没看到，那就被打掉了。
工程车准备完成。记住。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？工程车准备完成。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
啊！你吓到我了！说尾随啊！坏消息吗？记住，重要工作是吧？
金矿不足，
尾随在后。啊！
指挥中心升级完成。
发生了什么事了？
无情的死神来了！
记住，
敌人在骚扰你的太空工程车。
工程车准备完成。你的决定。
你有什么能让我宰杀吗？我出发了！
工程车准备完成。
这只干嘛？对死神感到惧怕吧？好的。哦，宝贝，同意。当然，没有什么我不能处理的。
工程车准备完成。
哦，
发生了什么事？
死亡机，我正在听。死亡，你有什么能干嘛？你要什么？
工程车准备完成。
我正在听。这值多少？
附属建筑完工。
对死神感到惧怕吧？高，你有什么能让我宰杀？
指挥中心升级完成。
记住干嘛？对死神感到惧怕吧？
工程车准备完成。
附属建筑，
工程车准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
能量不足，
油门踩到底啦！工程车准备完成。
高能瓦斯不足，
工程车准备完成。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！整天都可以。工程车准备完成。我有大麻烦了。工程车准备完成。请说。有。
你到底要不要？这最好是
工程车准备完成。
是，长官。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
快消息！
说吧，老板。
什么事？
哪里比较热闹？你准备好了吗？
准备接机吧。
啊！你上来我！啊！准备。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。冲！
清楚。讯息接收。
工程车准备完成。哪里比较？工程车准备完成。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
工程车准备完成。
我在研发结束，这周我们的太空工程车受到攻击。
工程车，我有大麻烦了。
部署建筑完工。
说吧，老板。工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。
可以进行。确认完成。
坏消息！
清楚明了。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
什么事？
工程车准备完成。啊！工程车准备完成。好。请准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
工程车
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。需要更多的补给站。
工程车准备完成。
引擎正在思考。清楚明了。
补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
可以进行。
工程车
需要更多的补给站。
请说。
嗨。
重要工作是吧？
求救！
基地遭到攻击，你的太空工程车要被打爆了。
狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。马拉迪人，工程车准备完成。
金矿靠近了。
工程车准备完成。尾随在，发生了什么事了？工程车准备完成，准备好在地。工程车准备完成，油加满。
附属建筑完工。
准备好在地狱空。
金矿场采光了。
引擎正在思考。好吧。
工程车准备完成。重要工作是吧？准备好在地狱狂。
你不能盖在那里。
收到。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
准备接机吧。
油加满，可以出发了。
求救！
功能瓦斯不够了，金矿没了，看来要
准备开始掠夺了。
足。
尾随在
什么事？列行中。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
金矿耗尽了，
工程车准备完成，
需要更多能量。你是不是开自动？
油加。
需要更多高能瓦斯。
准备出动！包在我手。
这最好是
准备好在地狱狂。
需要更多高能瓦斯。老一辈的都研发这招了。高能附属建筑完工，
引擎正在4号。
请说。想要炸目标在哪？
清楚明了。
油加班，准备好在地狱狂欢吧！走吧。
高能瓦斯附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
准备出动！油加班推出。
需要更多。
想要消除目标在哪？准备，我继续放手。准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
高能瓦斯不够了，基地受到攻击了，需要更多高能瓦斯。
有，我没办法经济的作用不好的。
高能瓦斯不足。
说吧，准备好在地狱。准备出动。目标在哪？准备好在。我继续放手。油加班，可以出发了。
敌人在骚扰你的太空工程车。
敌人老板，准备。工程车准备完成。
升级让子，需要更多高能瓦斯。高能瓦斯不足。
工程车，
你知道敌人在攻击你的基地吗？我们的太空工程车受到攻击。高能瓦斯不够了。金矿场采光了。
哇，累了。
坏消息！请说。工程车准备完成，尾随。重要工作是吧？啊！坏消息！啊！工程车准备完成。啊！重要，请说。喂。请说。啊！
需要更多的补给站。
啊！你吓到我了。啊！工程车准备完成。啊！工程车准备完成。工程车准备完成。重要工作是吗？尾随。工程车准备完成。请说，尝尝我的力。坏消息。啊！你吓到我了。
让开，要通过了。
指挥中心升级完成。
按照号码排好，兄弟们，收到命令。
你不能站在那里。
这最后
工程车准备完成。
冲！
需要更多高能瓦斯，开富矿的时候到了。高能瓦斯不够了。
在等你的指令。
工程车准备完成。
按照号码排好，兄弟们。
啊？是的，工程车准备完成。
谁要一些？你到底要不要下命令？在等你的指。谁要一些？按照号码。你到底要下命令？
部署建筑完工。
记住，
净空降落区域，围困一下好不好？部署建筑完工。
工程车准备完成。
想尝尝我的厉害吗，小子？整装待发。为什么不呢？
指挥中心升级完成，能量不足。
光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
工程车准备完成。
谁也挡不。飓风，这下有意思了。飓风飞弹车前进中。哦，马上到。运作正常，通讯正常。我知道了。
工程车准备完成。
调整路。你想要坐标吗？就战斗位置。运作正常。通讯良好，老板。我知道。
这最好是好消息。
工程车准备完成。
哦，马上到。飓风飞弹车系统就绪。
工程车准备完成。重要工作是吧？工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？
需要更多金矿。
想尝尝我的厉害？
指挥中心升级完成。
坏消息！工程车准备完成。
通讯
金矿不足。
知道了。工程车准备完成。
你的太空工程车要被打爆了啦！
长官。
部署建筑完工。
谁要一些？
工程车准备完成。坏了。
能量不足。
在等你的指
令。工程车准备。
金矿不足。
工程车准备完成。
你没有足够的金矿。
发生了什么？工程车准备完成。
我们需要更多能量。你是
工程车
部署建筑好了。
光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
工程车准备完成。尾随在后。
你不能。
工程车准备完成。
金矿不足。
工程车准备完成。
系统就绪，飓风飞弹车准备行动。
我们需要
准备好在地狱狂欢吧。工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？你上。工程车准备完成。请说。工程车准。
金矿不足。
好的。
光学瞄准器就绪，准。
工程车准备完成。坏消息吗？ 工程车准备完成。
系统就绪，飓风飞弹车准备。
工程车准备。
你没有足够的金矿，敌人基地遭到攻击，太空工程车。
工程车准备完成。重要。啊！
我们的太空工程车受到攻击。
哦耶！我正在进行。当然没问题。没问题。
坏消息吗？
飓风飞弹。
在等。
记住，好的。
光学瞄准器就绪，准备。
工程车准备完成。
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和。
系统就绪，
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！啊！
需要更多金矿，这堆石头可以用吗？
坏消息
研发完成。
光学瞄准器就绪，
附属建筑完工。
系统就绪，飓风飞弹车准备行动。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
你没有足够的金矿。
好吧。
附属建筑好了，也太久了吧？
在等你的指
令。基地受到攻击了。
光学瞄准器就绪。
你的太空工程车要被打爆了啦！
系统就绪。
在等。
光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
你知道敌人在攻击你的基地吗？
光学瞄准器就绪，准备大开杀戒。
金矿不足。
发生了什么事啊？
就绪，飓风飞弹车准备行动。
基地遭到攻击。
工程车准备完成。
当守护器。
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！
哎，刚才狗太多了吧 ？Fuck， 看纯狗哎、晚上好命。只是我飞弹车没有办法打狗，那狗太多，一定要用火车去烧他的狗。他连半颗毒爆都没有，他把瓦斯全部 all in 在那个飞龙那里，这个蛮针对的。
金矿不足，你的采矿单位饱和了吗？
记住，工程车准备完成。啊！
我们需要更多金矿。
发生了什么事？记住，发生了什么事？
没有足够的金矿。
工程车准备完成。啊！你吓到我了！记住，尾随。坏消息。啊！
哦，头泡雨，我要去洗澡。
工程车准备完成。记住。 车准备完成。重要工作是吧？发生了什么事了？坏消息吗？
金矿不足，你的采矿单位。
工程车准备完成。啊！随便。快，工程车准备完成。发生了什么事了？重要工作是吧？啊！你吓到我了！发生了什么事了？工程车准备完成。尾随在。
金矿不足。
快！啊！
需要更多金矿。这堆石头可以用吗？指挥中心升级完成。
坏消息吗？
附属建筑完工。
工程车准备完成。请说。有。尾随人。坏消息。尾。
这最好是好消息。再等
准备好在地狱狂欢吧！工程车准备完成。啊！手。
我们需要更多金矿。
谁要一些？
工程车准备完成。
你到底要不要下命令？按照后。
附属建补给没了，多盖一些补给站。
准备。工程车准备完成。
降落程序中。
发生了什么事了？尾随。重要工程车准备完成。啊！你下了。
让开，要突破了。当然可以。
紧急起飞就绪。
好。
留下还是离开？
记住，发生了什么事了？系统。
想尝尝我的厉害吧，小子！
说吧，你到这。拿。听。令人难忘。准备好出发。
日上三竿了。准备开始掠夺了。死亡与我共喜，我出发喽！帅呆了。说吧，老板。
谁要一些？
大开杀戒，准备出动。我在等你说。你准备好了吗？工程车准备完成。
这最好是好消息。整装待发。按照号码。
工程车准备完成。请说。有加班，可以出发了。
你到底要不要下命？想尝尝我的厉害？
准备开始掠夺了。
按照号码排好。
金矿不足。
让开，要突破了。